Mrs. Canth is in the chat.
Hey.
Oh.
Is the stream up? I can't tell. Wait.
Checking.
Well, she can tell because she just said, "Hell yeah, she is." Do I have to refresh this?
Well, she
Well,
can
she's
hear.
listening. She's just listening to Skype.
Yeah, she can hear.
Oh,
us.
she's-
Oh,
here.
we're on. We're good. We're good.
Yeah.
Do. I wouldn't mind being a bartender. I don't know. I don't know if I'd like to deal with like drunk people all the time. I reckon I can do it though. Shake, 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 shake.
I get
Yeah.
fired for drinking the product.
Like cocktail.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like
Make
cocktail.
a mean old fashioned.
Yeah.
All right. I think it's working. Can people hear me?
Yep. I see you. I hear you.
Yeah,
Think
it's
we're
weird
good.
because now I see the 10-second delay, and now we're all just shaking shit.
I gotta retweet things.
Yeah. Oh man. So how was everybody's Christmas?
I got
That's
drunk
good.
with some losers.
Yeah.
We were those losers. We got
You
drunk
guys
together.
are those losers. We could have been those guys.
Yeah. I had a
It
good
was
time.
cool.
I had fun. It was nice to be home. It was like bittersweet to be back.
Yeah.
Oh
I got
yeah.
this.
Jillian Ivy is hosting us for one viewer.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You get this for Christmas?
That one viewer is
That Darth Vader mug?
Yeah.
It's a dope ass mug.
Yeah.
I like it. It's for my Keurig
Is that how you
machine.
pronounce it?
Is that how you? I don't know.
Have you figured out how to make it work and not taste like shit?
Yeah. No, it's good.
You should make
It's good to
yourself
go.
some coffee, man. It'll warm you up in your 20-degree
Yeah.
room.
That's what I'm doing right now.
I got a bunch of clothes and stuff, which is good. Which is exactly what I
Jillian
wanted.
messing with us right now?
Huh?
No? Okay.
What?
Apparently there was something scary running through the overlay. Don't worry about it.
Oh no, it was a zombie. Whenever someone hosts
okay.
us, a little zombie goes running after all the other people.
Oh.
It does
Mrs.
the oh
Camp
yeah
was not-
thing. All I have is like the generic ones. I haven't tried to find any other ones. I don't truly care enough to do any of that. How's everybody's New Year's? What did everybody do for New Year's?
Got drunk with some other losers.
Oh, we were not those other losers.
No.
No.
I spent half an hour in line at a brewery trying to get a beer.
Oh, that sounds awful.
It was great.
Wow, we have 10 viewers already? Holy crap.
Well, you figure you have the 7 of us plus Mrs. Camp.
Oh, yeah, well, there's that. So we're doing pretty good. We're moving up in the world, folks. I had a good New Year's. This is the first New Year's where I didn't stay up all the way through New Year's, all the way until midnight.
We got that drunk.
Because I'm old and I got drunk and I just didn't do it. Yeah. Yeah. So, I guess I'll just get into it. I was gonna let it roll for a little bit to see if like, I know it like sends out emails and stuff like that to see if anybody else wanted to show up, but I go just roll right into it. So, greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to 2016. Last time we were here, it was 2015, but now it's 2016. It's the very first Tuesday of 2016, which is exciting because the very first Tuesday of 2016 means the very first stream of 2016. Yay! We got through like 12 episodes in 2015, which is pretty impressive, really, because most of the time D&D groups don't get past like
2.
the second campaign, and we've gotten into like 13 of them, which is pretty sweet. Yeah, it's nice to be back. We've been gone for a while, but as always, it's always good to be back. It's always good to play some D&D. It's always good to get your mind into the world of the imagination, with the help of good friends and alcohol. I'm your host, Captain Rob, also known as Robert Steinberg. I'm an aspiring actor and voice actor out of Los Angeles. To the right of me, you'll find my good buddy Chris. Chris, who is playing Cantharion, our noble paladin. Below Chris, we have my buddy Landon, who comes in as Vincent, who is our gnome sorcerer. Below Landon, we have Jillian. Jillian, who plays our desert cleric. To the left of Jillian, we have our friend Kevin. Kevin, who plays Grisham, our half-elf rogue. And last but certainly not least, we have Mr. Joseph Meinzer, who is playing Venator, our rogue, full elf. Full-blown elf. Guys, it's really good to be back. Like, it's really fun to be playing Dungeons & Dragons again. Over the break, Landon and Joe and I had a couple of conversations about D&D, and it got us really super excited to get back into it. So, yeah, I'm stoked. I'm stoked. Let's start out by saying, what was everyone's favorite memory of the 2015 episodes of Dungeons & Dragons?
The traveling troupe outside the city.
The three actors outside of the city that you had to get the invitation from? Landon, what was your favorite memory?
Hang on, skip me for a second. My breaker might pop.
Too much heat, man. Get the heat on.
I just imagined like an armada of space heaters in front of you, just blasting you in the face. What's up, Super Cloud? Thanks so much for coming back, man. Welcome to 2016. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
I
Welcome
turned
back.
off the lights in the room. Hope a little help.
You gotta like dim everything so that way you don't die. Jillian, what was your favorite memory of the 2015 season?
I don't know, I thought it was pretty funny when Landon attacked that little old lady.
We actually watched that clip when we were all hanging out at a party of Landon scaring the old lady and her falling over.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
Kevin, what was your favorite memory of the 2015 season?
Probably just how awesome I am in general.
Well, there you go. There you go. You got that one. I really liked the interaction between Handsome Ned and Grisham. I had a lot of fun there.
Yeah, it was fun. There's been a lot of cool moments.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking forward to more Handsome Ned.
Hopefully.
He was hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe, what was your favorite memory of 2015?
I don't know. I really liked and appreciated that sick ass map that Kevin was doing. That thing was
the
sweet looking.
The sick ass map that he's been making on his tablet.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think it's
oh.
sweet.
Yeah, that was sweet too. I like that.
Is the sick ass map
Shit someday.
available anywhere? Like, so anyone can see like what the map's been looking like so far?
Yeah, I can send it to you. It's just there's no labels on anything.
That'd be sweet. I can
Like-
put it. I can
like
put it
town names
below
and stuff.
my the stream, and then people can look at the map down there.
We still need to have our
Yeah.
name day, our naming day.
We do have to have a naming day. We've been meaning to put together another world building episode. Maybe one week when I have nothing planned, we'll just get everybody in here and we'll just like fuck around with shit. And I can like, show people how Roll20 works, at least how I use it. And Kevin can probably teach me some stuff about how Roll20 works, and then we can all go about doing another world building episode, because we did world building before we even started this, which sort of got us into the whole, which built Oberon, which is the place that we exist in. But yeah, we gotta do that again.
You
Landon,
give Kevin way too much credit.
is what?
I said I think you give Kevin way too much credit as far as what I know how to do on Roll20.
Yeah, it's true. Possibly. I don't know. Landon, what was your favorite memory of the 2015 season?
Finding the ring. Oh, yeah, that's been fun so far.
So, yeah, it was good. It was really good.
So how much is Landon actually role-playing a power-hungry gnome? And he is actually a power-hungry
I don't know.
gnome?
See, I've
No,
never
yeah.
never seen the bottom half of Landon, so all that stuff underneath that frame could be just immediate legs right there.
It's just blankets, honestly. So,
This is like it's
You're
two
not
little
missing
dingly like feet
Yeah.
things. Sweet. So it has been a while. Last time we met up, it was like mid-December or something like that. So I say we do a quick recap of everything that happened so far, and then we'll roll right on into it for episode 13. So, does anybody want to do it that's not Chris? I'm gonna take the general silence as a
Did you
no.
hear any crickets?
Yeah, I would, but I'm busy trying to crop this map so I can send you a copy. So.
Oh, see, there we go. At least he has a good excuse.
All right, do we
Megan
want?
T,
We've
so.
been captured by elves. all summed up.
There you
Done.
go.
I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
We apparently murdered somebody in our sleep. Right? It's
Allegedly.
murder.
So we're alleged murderers.
We murdered a
Um,
lot of people.
You have
But not
murdered
in
a
our
lot of
sleep.
people.
As far as we know.
It's for a good cause, though.
What is a lot?
What about that guy
Not
that
all
that
of
dog ate?
And one of them was a horse.
One of them
They
was.
were, they were mostly shifty, though. So
I mean, I would make the argument that some of you are pretty shifty.
They probably deserved it. Honestly.
yeah, I mean, it was two works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, yeah,
So-
it does. It does, doesn't it? All right. So,
Do you want the full recap, or do you just want to since December recap?
I would give like a small full recap for anybody who's missed out. By the way, if you
No
want to
bitch.
watch the full episodes and you think that Chris doesn't do a good enough job, you can always check out the videos in my YouTube channel, which is down below. Or I think some of them are saved in Twitch, but I think they might have expired. But anyway, we have them all archived, so you can go check those out. But
You're the worst.
Chris, if you want to go ahead and lead the way.
How about we pick up from? So we got back to Mauritium after a bunch of awesome adventures. Ring in tow, mystical ring. We don't know what it does exactly. Summons this weird hellhoundy beast. We have been trying to further the cause of the Church of Redemption, as well as investigate these mysterious magical things that keep showing up. Because we're basically in a world where magic is pretty fresh, so we're still learning about what kind of the boundaries are to this stuff. And our most recent escapade, we discovered this ring, this magical ring, and when we brought it back to town, we showed it to people by using it on them. Made some friends doing that. Apparently, this ring summons like a hellhound type beast, and one of the larger groups in Mauritium and the world of Oberon at large is the Order. And we showed the Order the ring by summoning the hellhound. So that was great. They were not welcome there anymore, unfortunately. But now we're on a quest to find Jacob for the Church of Redemption. Jacob, the Heart of Tyr, as, of course, Cantharion, the Might of Tyr. I mean, obviously, this whole Tyr thing, they're connected. See how that works? So right now we're headed north into the ice shelf, and we're looking for Jacob. We found him. We found a cave. We traveled like a day and a half-ish north out of like a 10-day journey. We were trying to head into, let's see, we got past the Emerald Mountains, and boy, it's when you haven't read in a while. Winter's Home. So Winter's Home is like the furthest north town that you go, and that was kind of our rough destination. We knew Jacob was on his way to Winter's Home, but we didn't know where. He got lost on the way. So we stopped in a cave on the way to Winter's Home, had a great battle with a beast, and it was kind of like a horned beast that stood on two legs. The picture described it much better than I could. And we encountered a girl named Anna, and she has this giant bear, Momo. They're best friends, apparently. And they decided Jacob came along with them, and apparently the three of them had met up, and we were invited back to Anna's. She's got like a little cabin that was nearby this cave.
It might look a little
So
bit
we
like the
spent the
cabin
night
that's
there.
on the screen right now.
Oh yes, of course. That's what
a
I'm
lovely
looking
roof.
at. And we were invited back to that cabin. We woke up in the morning, and this elf scout, Alabrin, apparently has the cabin surrounded, and we've all kind of come out to confront whatever that means for us. We just know that we're on some sort of a murder charge.
Oh, we lost Chris.
That's all I got. Yep, sorry, I hit the wrong button. Don't worry about it.
oh God, oh God. I think you did a great job, though.
Ruined everything.
We're gonna see if we
welcome.
can't get him back. But in the meantime, I think you did a great job. So when we last left off, you guys fell asleep, at in Anna's cabin, and when you awoke, you awoke to Venator walking out the door, or opening the door, and finding I think I pressed it Alabrin. Alabrin? Let me see here. Let me find this
Yeah,
guy.
I had Alabren. Alabren.
It doesn't put these names in
Sure it wasn't-
alphabetical order.
Sure it wasn't Malibrin?
It might be. First Scout Alabrin. Yeah. All right. So let me change this music up. This music doesn't seem very fitting to what we are doing. Let's do this one right here. Let me turn it down a little bit too. Okay. So no, this isn't fitting at all
It's
either.
like
This is
Shire music.
This is happy music. I don't want happy music. Let's just do this right here. No, this is holiday music. Let's do, fuck, I'll get this right one day. Whatever, fuck it. Okay. So let me set the stage for you. It's the next morning. The storm has subsided, at least for the night. And you find yourself, what's up, Black Sworn 24? Thanks so much for hanging out, man. You find yourselves in this cabin. When you awake, Venator, as you look out the door, you see First Scout Alabrin looking back at you. He tells you to come out, and that he won't do you any harm. When you asked what his demands are, he says that you are under what's the word that I'm looking for? What's the word when you're not guilty for something but you might be guilty for something?
Accused?
Like you're like
Suspicion?
under suspicion of murder. And he lets you know that the house is surrounded. The snow on the ground is still. Hey, Blackstorm gave us a follow. Thanks so much, man. The snow on the ground is still thick, and although it doesn't rain from the sky, you can still see about 8 inches of snow there. As others of you went towards the back of the house to see if there was a back exit, you noticed that the house was in fact surrounded. He looks to you. Venator is the only one in the door at this moment. Also, Momo and Anna are already missing, and so is Jacob. So it's just the 6 of you. He looks to you, Venator, and he says, "Now, if you would please, come out and lay your weapons on the ground."
All right. I look back into the cabin and I tell them, this elf seems like serious business. He wants us to come out and drop our arms. And then I go outside and I unsheath my sword, place it on the ground, and then stand at the ready.
All right. As you drop your sword on the ground, it lands in the snow. It makes like a thick like an engraving in the snow, sort of like, you know. You drop it down, it sinks down into it. The fresh pow pow. As you turn around and you look, you can notice that there are actually 3 elves that are on the roof of the house. So they appear to have bows drawn, looking at you. Let me go ahead and put these guys right here so you can see what I'm talking about. Let's put these guys on the tip layer. There we go. And oh, nope, that's not what I want. Token layer. There we go. You notice that there are 3 elves on the roof of the house, as well as Alabrin, who is in front of you. Alabrin nods to you and he says, "Thank you for your cooperation. Now, will your friends do the same?"
I step forth out of the cabin and lay down my spear beside his sword.
Yeah, I'll do the same.
All right.
Drop the staff.
Oh, it's a bad idea, but I mean, everybody else is doing it, so.
Everybody's doing it. You're not going to get caught.
Yeah, I'll drop my my longsword. Try to kind of hold my dagger back, though. I'm not gonna drop that. They
Okay.
can take it from you if they want.
And Cantharion?
Yeah, I'll come out and kind of step to the front, so I'll unhook the sword that Venator lent me, and drop it, and just kind of adjust my armor and look at Alabrin and say, "Good sir, I'm Cantharion, Might of Tyr, Savior of Farendale, Dragon Slayer and Foe of Fiends. If I am accused of something, I should know the details before we journey."
He looks to you confused. And then he looks back to Venator. And he says, "This man? This is the leader of your party, elf?"
He likes to think that he is.
He laughs. As he does that, he looks up to the sky and makes like a whistling sound, like, and then all of these elves sort of like come out of their surroundings. You notice that there's like about 12 of them. They come out from the side of the house and from behind the house. And one of the elves comes up and he picks up your wares and stuffs them into like a large, sort of like burlap sack, that they have with them. Alabrin walks forward and up to Cantharion, and he says, "It is by order of Zorvarax, the Forgotten. He requests an assembly, if you will."
Is Zorbrex your leader? Who is Zor? We're new to the region. We're not familiar with your ways or the laws of the land.
He says, Zorvarax is the Endurer. He is the Lord of Moral Themor.
We certainly don't wish to anger any local lords. We'll go peacefully. I simply wish to know what we are being accused of. What deeds that you think we have done.
He shakes his head and says, It is not in my right to say. I am only doing as I am told." Thanks so much for the follow, Digital Gandalf. We appreciate it. I love that name.
Yeah, I just shrug and I say, "Lead on then."
Alabrin looks to Venator and he says, "Can your friends be trusted?"
Trusted? I mean, we're being taken somewhere against our will.
He says, "I'm not taking you anywhere against your will. You're free to leave if you would like. I wouldn't recommend it."
Right. Let's establish some trust along the way, shall we?
He says, "All right then." And as he says that, he does like another whistle, and then 4 elves come up behind you, and they begin to bind your hands behind your back. Do you do anything?
So if they're coming behind us, I'm guessing like I don't see them right away.
You probably
So as, like,
wouldn't.
one of them-
You probably
yeah,
wouldn't.
like as
They're
one of them
pretty
reaches for me, like
they're pretty stealthy. I think if you have like a really high passive perception, you probably would you would probably notice them. But this is like their territory. So imagine like wood elves are probably able to move through the woods like very quickly and agile. This is their land. They grew up and live here.
yeah, I would just kind of like instinctually recoil and then look back at Alabrin and just say, "Bindings aren't necessary. We're going willingly."
He looks to you and says, "I will decide what is necessary."
I'll just shrug and go.
I'm gonna do a quick roll. Okay. You guys are bound. Like they tie your hands behind your back, but they do not find Grisham's dagger. In the like just as they don't notice you that you still have it. Probably like I imagine it's like hidden behind your back, sort of. Or where do you keep your dagger? Grisham?
I wasn't really trying to like specifically hide it, but just I assume it's just on my belt.
Okay.
like in a small sheath on my belt.
I'm gonna
It's in
say.
plain sight.
Okay, if it's in
It's
plain.
not like a huge. It's more like I imagine it more like kind of like a hunting knife or something. It's not like a big, dangerous looking, crazy dagger. It's just
Okay,
more utility. I mean, I fight with it sometimes.
but it is in plain sight.
Yeah.
All right, I'm taking that away. As they go to tie your hands behind your back, they sort of take the dagger out from your belt, and put it in the bag with the rest of the goods. Let's go ahead and move over here. The day. Let me get the player characters over here too. Boop, 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 boop. Here we go. Here we go. On to new stuff, so everyone can see new stuff. And then we'll scroll over, so everything looks good. There we go. That looks
Warning
really-
stream. He's been singing all the time before we've even started.
That looks really nice. It looks really good. Okay. You.
There goes all our viewers.
This episode is actually going to be a musical.
It's actually a musical. We will do a musical. I'll do a musical episode one day. Don't try me.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Yeah. You the day is long. And as you continue to they sort of lead you off into the mountains. Through sort of paths that you wouldn't recognize. Or things that you wouldn't even realize were paths, but they seem to be able to maneuver through the mountains rather easily. They continue pushing you forward the entire time with like a couple of elves looking at you, but a small squadron in the back that are making sure that nothing is sneaking up on you, and a small squadron in the front that's also led by Alabrin. You walk throughout the entirety of the day and into the night. So you've walked probably like, a day away from where you once were. As night comes, the elves begin to set up camp next to like a group of trees that they can find, a large group of evergreen. As they construct the camp, they can feel this there's like a storm brewing, and it's beginning to get colder. But they've constructed a large fire that sort of melts away all of the ice and snow that's there on the ground. The four of you are sitting there, surrounded by these elves, as you're around this fire, and they cook sort of like dried, like really really coarse meat. I imagine it tastes a lot like the horse jerky. As they're cooking up the meat, they sort of pass a couple of pieces to Venator, and they release his binds. And they say, "Here, this is for your group."
Do their bindings come off?
No.
Okay. I kind of get the feeling back into my hands, rub them together, maybe place them by the fire. Pick up the hot food and I guess proceed to feed the members of the party.
Rob, can I make a check to see if I can escape my bonds?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
Do you want
same
me to roll
here.
for that?
I think it's probably going to be like a dexterity check.
Can I do the same?
You can try, yeah. 21. Do you want people to know that you've escaped your bonds?
Well, they let him free, so I'm just gonna kind of shrug him off, all nonchalant, like if I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
I'm
I
not
don't
gonna
care
draw
if they
attention to it.
Okay, you are Grisham is able to escape his bonds, unbeknownst to the rest of the people. Grisham is.
I'm not gonna
escaping.
hide it or anything, like act funny. I'm just gonna like reach my hand out, like start eating. Like I'm not hiding it. I'm just like, yeah, you can't tie me.
Oh, okay. Vincent, upon seeing Grisham do this, you try and do the same thing and fail miserably.
Oh, damn.
You rolled a 2.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense.
It just fell over and went, in the snow.
He's like falling over,
I try to
rolling
be
back
cool.
and forth, like. Argh!
Alabrin looks to you, Grisham, and upon the release of your bonds, one of the elves like notches an arrow, and Alabrin sort of gives him like a hand to like lower his weapon. And he smiles and he says, "Half elf. I should have known."
You should have.
Don't trust me to feed you?
Not really. You can just hand me my food, thanks.
It's a little personal there.
Pass a portion over.
The elves sort of like they sit around passing the food and eating it. When they begin to hear this this sort of like loud, you know what the wind sounds like whenever the wind blows through like shutters of a window or whatever, like it's just like sort of a whistle. They hear this sort of whistle of the wind. It sounds like the whistling of like heavy wind, and you can feel sort of the storm picking up. Alabrin looks up towards the sky when he hears this whistle, and suddenly the elves are feverishly pulling things out of these bags, like large tarps and sticks and whatnot, and they're all doing it in almost like a military-esque fashion, where they are very quickly fashioning sort of like a protective shelter. And you hear the elves sort of like screaming at each other, screaming orders at each other to help put this construction together. What do you do?
I continue feeding party members.
I'm still also just eating, just watching them.
As they build this large sort of like tent-like structure, the Alabrin yells to Venator and says, "Elf, what's your name?"
Wait, Alabrin says that?
Yeah, to you.
I thought he knew my name.
Does he know your name? I don't think I ever called you by name.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think I even asked for it.
I just assumed you were addressing me out of character. You knew my name.
Yeah. He says, "Elf, what's your name?"
Oh, I gotta look up the full thing.
You don't
Hold
know
on.
your name?
I don't know the full name.
Gotta look at my name.
I never used my last name. Actually, I don't know if I ever came up with a last
How
name.
many titles do I have memorized? I'm just saying.
Yeah, but you look for reasons to collect your titles.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay, never mind. I got last name. Okay. It's Venator. What's it to you?
He says, "Venator, get your group together and bring them inside quickly."
I begin like standing people up.
Okay. As you like pick these as you pick the group up one by one, you slowly start to like funnel inside of this tent. It's rather spacious inside. And they have they frantically like tried to pull like the burning wood from the fire, but we're only able to get like a few pieces inside. So the inside has like a very small sort of like dying ember of a bonfire inside this sort of like it's caved and has like a small opening in the top to let like some of the wind out, or to let some of the smoke out, but you're able to get everyone inside before the storm just appears to be it's unrelenting. You can hear the flaps of this tent frantically like whipping against the wind, and the snow is like you can almost see it piling up on the top and then falling off in sheets. Alabrin looks around. He does like a quick head count before like breathing out, exhaling, his breath into his hands and rubbing his hands together. And he says, "Oh, that was close. We almost didn't make it that time. Are your people okay?"
No worse for wear.
Good. Zovarex demanded that all 5 of you show up together.
Interesting. He seems. She. Who is this? Zobrax, you said Lord of.
Lord of Moral Themor.
Right.
Come, elf. Surely you've heard of it.
Perhaps in my travels. So they seem to know a lot about us, and you. Nothing, just following orders.
He shrugs and attempts to like heat himself up again. A couple of the elves like prodding the fire, but the ember is slowly going out. He says, to be honest, I don't know if he knows anything about you. And I know nothing about you either. I know not of the importance, but what Zorbarak says, I do.
Is there anything in this tent that can be used to help fuel this fire?
There's wood, which is fuel, but it's like there's nothing that you can use to ignite a larger flame. Besides, I mean, there's something in this tent that can light a fire.
Oh, we had magic, man.
Maybe these bonds, maybe these ropes that you guys use. You know, they could do it probably.
Does anybody in the party have any rope?
I mean, you have the fuel, you have the wood.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you have no means of making like the fire larger. Like upon ripping it out, you now have like embers. You don't have like the kindling that you would need to like start the fire. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I could light it on fire more, but it's not going to do anything really without like more wood or ropes.
No,
or
it would.
something.
I mean, it probably would. Like you could
All right.
ignite the fire back up again, so that way the wood was burning.
All right, I'll turn around with my hands behind my back, and I guess I'll shoot the fire into the fire place.
You're
I'll do that.
you're gonna do it with your hands behind your back, like without looking.
Yeah, I got to turn around because like we're tied, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it that way.
So you turn around and do like a quick snap of your fingers, and that sort of like flicker of flame comes flies through the air, and as it touches the fire like goes up and is alive again. Alabrin looks to you and he says, "Well, that's impressive. How did you end up with this group of people, Venator?"
It's a long story.
I have the time. As he like lifts the flap and looks out. No, I'm gonna change this. He lifts the flap and looks out, and it looks awful out there, like really fucking bad. He lowers the flap back down and says, "I have the time."
I'm sure you do.
He looks around
I really
to the
don't think
party.
you should say a word, Venator, until he's released everyone in our party from their bonds. Like they're going anywhere at the moment.
He looks to wait. Did you say that aloud?
Mm-hmm.
He looks to Grisham and he says, "The bonds are simply a precaution. It's for your safety and mine."
There are over a dozen in your troop. There are but 5 of us. If
Plus
you need
we're
help,
unarmed.
offer it, but this hospitality's wearing pretty thin at this point.
He nods. "Oh, what's up, Catwoman 92?" He nods and he says, "Perhaps you're right. You have to understand I was a bit on edge when we see a 20-foot tall werebear walk out from that shack. I have reason to believe that maybe you're not as helpless as you seem."
Bear was not ours. The
Well, I hate
bear
to break it
belonged-
to you, but if we really wanted to fight, just these little ropes on our hands wouldn't be stopping us.
He nods and says, "All right. All right. You have nowhere to go anyway." And sort of gestures to have them take the bonds off of your hands. He looks at you and he says, "Who was your navigator? How did you get here?"
That's an even longer story.
Well, I fancy myself a bit of a scholar, and using
You're a
the knowledge.
scholar.
Yes, using the knowledge granted by Tyr, I read this wondrous book known as How to Mountain, and it led us up here. And our journey and our path is our own, but we're glad to visit this moral Themor and meet this local Lord Zobrix at his request. We seek no quarrel with any of the local lords, but quite the opposite. We're trying to seek allies.
He turns to Grisham and it says, "Is this true, Half-Blood? Is this your navigator?
Well, we kind of just sort of faced a northerly direction and started walking.
He says, I see. So then we really have nothing to worry about. There's no way you would find your way home, and you would probably freeze to death out there anyway.
It's possible. It's also possible I'm lying.
He pulls out like a compass and looks at like a small map that he has inside of his pocket. And he says, Moral Themor is only a half a day's walk from here. We will make it there, and you will meet Zorvarax. And once he has his audience, I'm sure you'll be free to go.
So you said you saw a giant bear leave the cabin and it put you on edge, and the girl was with the bear, I assume.
Yes, I found that strange.
Well, why didn't you secure them as well?
They were secured quite some time ago. I wanted to wait to see what you would do when you found out they were missing. Also, I wanted to see if you would walk out of that house and be, how do you say, aggressive in nature.
So where are they then? Where are they now?
Moral
Are they harmed?
Themor. Well, yeah, they wouldn't have gotten there by then, so they're on their way.
I don't really say anything after that. I'm just kind of okay.
It's funny. That girl had a man with her. A rather large man. He looks similar to your human friend there. And he like gestures towards Cantharion. They're not quite as large.
The ego makes all the difference.
So is there anybody not invited to this party?
He says, normally, unless I was told to bring you, none of you would be welcome. Well, except for you. And he gestures towards Venator. Have you ever heard of Moral Themor before? Like, would Venator know of an all-elven, like, sort of rogue city?
Like, what do you mean by rogue?
Like, it doesn't follow the politics of Oberon. It doesn't align with the main major cities. It's not gonna go to war if a war breaks out. Like,
I would imagine that each of the different elven, I guess you'd say tribes, or each of the different elven groups would know about one another unless one was acting in secret.
okay, so then you may have heard of Moral Themor.
Okay.
They're like neutral, like true neutral. Well, maybe not like true neutral, but they're like the Swiss, you know, like they're not gonna go to war if shit breaks out, and they don't worry themselves about all the other shit that's going on in the world.
Okay. Would I know that this accord? Would I know of anything about this accord? Like, is this a normal occurrence? Is this like a thing that they do normally?
No. Normally,
Okay.
they wouldn't really be welcome to like outsiders, because it's like we've built our own community and we keep ourselves safe, and we don't let you people in. You might be welcome, maybe.
Okay.
And then maybe Grisham, because he's a half-blood, but everybody else probably not. They
Okay.
sort of keep the it's like keeping all of the blood, you know, like in the blood pool, you know, like
Yeah.
all elves all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it must be quite the occasion if you're willing to just invite everyone.
He nods his head, and says, normally this sort of audience would not happen, but it is at Zorvarax's command.
Well then, I look forward to this meeting.
As you fall asleep the winds continue to howl, and it's not until early the next morning before it begins to slow down. At this point, the snow on the ground is thick. I mean, like 1.5 to like 2 feet of snow. And the tent has like been frozen solid, almost like it's like sheetrock around you. But you're able to the inside of the tent stayed surprisingly like low and surprisingly warm for the extreme temperatures that there were outside. As they go outside, like the elves begin to like chisel away at the ice on the tent before they're able to like pack it up and go on. Do you guys do anything before they take you all the way to Moral Themor?
Nope.
Just
This place sucks.
cooperate.
Yeah, I'll look to Venator at one point, you know, maybe like before we set out, and just say, is this the sort of welcome we can expect when we get into Moral Themor as well?
More or less, I would say.
I'm never gonna be able to recover my wagon, am I?
I just shake my head and I say,
It's gone forever.
you know, any of these fine folks visited Mauritium, sought refuge at the Church of Redemption, we welcome them with open arms.
That's adorable.
Get there, and your church is gonna pay me for my wagon.
You'll have to take that up with Lady Priscilla.
Oh, I will.
She handles the finances.
She balances the books of Tyr. Steve, the
It's
accountant
scale-
of Tyr.
The actual scales of Tyr. Like they have nothing to do with justice.
Just some
Literally.
skinny guy in the back room that's like fucking pushing around gold and shit. So yeah, let's go ahead and go on to this. I am surprised you all didn't try and escape. So
The one time.
Yep. That's because we're out of the rhythm. That's why.
the
Otherwise I
one
would've
the
started-
one time you guys don't try and fight your way out of something.
We've been chastised so many times for like becoming like aggressive towards all of your NPCs that we finally decided to just go willingly to our duty.
Well, you know,
New
you can be
Year's.
aggressive towards any NPC that you want to. You can do whatever you want. Okay. So, about a half day's hike through the snow, you find yourselves at Moral Themor. It's a large city that has like these large sort of like snow walls that have been created on the outside, and they've had like water thrown over the top of the walls to create sheets of ice, and then more snow goes on it, and then more ice. It's a literal fortress of ice
Of ice.
that this small town is inside. The town itself looks quaint, quite nice. Everywhere, as far as the eye can see, everyone's elves. Elven men, women, children, sort of interacting with the town the way that a normal town would. Most of the guards or rangers all appear to be, you know, equipped with bows and then either long swords and things of that nature. As you enter the town, you see a bunch of buildings that slowly make their way up the side of this mountain. And then constructed into the mountain is this large frozen citadel. It has been like carved directly out of the mountain, so the mountain turns into the building itself. You gather that that's probably where you are headed. As you walk through the town, these people begin to give you weird looks. Not to Venator and not to Grisham, but to Cantharion, Shadow, and Vincent, as people who some of the children have never seen before. And you're immediately seen as outsiders. Occasionally you'll find yourself looking at someone in the eye, and then they immediately look away when they notice that you're looking at them. Venator, as you walk by, you can hear this sort of whispering, that you know why would he associate himself with those people? Like what is he doing there? Has he given up on our blood? Has he given up on our future? That sort of thing. Do you do anything before I continue on?
While we walk, I want to be doing like Gregorian chant style, but like in celestial, like a hymn to Tyr. So I'm just kind of like walking and I'm like, yes, O Domine. And if I catch like a little kid's eye or something, I'll just like give him a little wink and just keep going.
When you wink at one of the kids, the kid immediately runs like behind a house. So like half surprised and half terrified. And he has that look on his face, like, you know, like he's gonna tell this story about how he faced like the big scary human guy and lived to tell the tale and all that shit.
I'm gonna
tormentor of children.
I'm gonna DMX mean mug him.
Tormentor of his entire group for singing.
Oh.
Yeah.
This
do
little
that to the
gnome
children.
is like walking by, and an elf child who's larger than you is like sort of giving you the eye, and then you DMX him and continue walking. This child doesn't look at you as if you're scary. This child looks at you and immediately thinks, well, he's like off his rocker. Like this one's sick. Anybody else?
Just want to get it over with.
So the elves bring you inside the citadel. In the citadel, you see guards all down the line until you get to this main sort of chamber. The chamber has two like emblazoned fires in it, and a large throne that is made of ice, a frozen throne, if you will. They sitting upon that throne is not what you probably expected. There's a dragonborn, and his scales are sort of like a pristine blue. Let me go ahead and pull this one up here. You enter this chamber, and Alabrin walks forward to the side of what's his name? Zorvarox. And as you're sort of presented towards this dragonborn, he looks to Alabrin. Alabrin says, "My liege, we have acquired the travelers." Zorvarox looks back and he says, "Thank you, Alabrin. I do appreciate it." He looks to your group and immediately says, "I apologize for the forward invitation. It's not every day we have vacationers into the frozen north, and in dire times such as these. Forgive me. I am Zorvarox, the Forgotten, and the sovereign of Moral Themor. Now, who are you, and why have you come to our realm?"
I just step forward and I say, "Strange, I thought you were already aware, but no matter. Once again, I am Cantharion, Might of Tyr, Savior of Farendale, Dragon Slayer, and Foe of Fiends. Strange that we were brought here on the pretenses of some sort of charges, but you don't even know who we are?"
He looks at you confused and he says, "We find we have to question anyone who is in this territory when they normally wouldn't be. People have gone missing after all."
Well, you're actually in luck. We have encountered many different towns where there have been mysterious circumstances involving strange magical creatures and people disappearing all over.
He looks at you confused and a little curious, and he walks towards you and says, "What was your name?"
Cantherion, the might of Tyr.
Cantherion.
Savior- Yes.
What is it that brings you to the frozen north? What is it that you are seeking?
We're seeking strange appearances of mystical creatures that almost defy explanation. I was sent by the Church of Redemption originally to find my brother Jacob, who was investigating these things as well.
He looks to the rest of the guards inside the party, and he says, "Guards, you are dismissed. I wish to have a private audience with our new friends." As he says that, all of the guards sort of leave and they close the door behind them. Let me get to where I can take these guys out of the token layer. They leave and they close the doors behind them. Zervarox looks at you and he says, "So it's true. You seek the never-ending winter."
So
That
we are
is
not
a term I
accused
haven't heard.
of killing someone.
That all has yet to be decided.
Or was that just a pretense?
Yes, that would be correct.
You could have just asked us to come meet you. This has been an unpleasant welcome.
He looks to you and he says, "I do apologize. Sometimes, out here, you have to be a bit more forceful to get what you want."
It seems you have much to learn of our group. We have offered aid to many in need without any thought of a reward in many cases. And I just look at Grisham and I just like,
I just kind of frown at him.
He looks back to you and he says, "Now, about the never-ending winter. Is that what you seek?"
the name isn't familiar to us. I just look around and kind of just shrug at everyone. We didn't have a name for what we were seeking. We just knew that there was some sort of a disturbance with a strange entity.
He smiles and says, "Well, what does it look like?"
Well, the beasts that we have encountered so far don't follow a pattern of any sort. They're just strange magical constructs that we haven't encountered.
He looks to you and then to Shadow and he says, "A lady of the desert who has never seen snow before.
Yes.
An elf far away from his home. And a human from Mauritium come to the frozen north alone in the middle of winter."
We have a gnome with us.
He looks over to the gnome and he says, "And yes, he is the most suspicious. I see..."
We also have a half-elf, but I like to think we're more than the sum of our relative parts and racial upbringings.
I knew the instant that you came here that this was what you seek. That you seek the never-ending winter. And all I can say is that you will only find death there.
That's pretty much what we found on the way here as well. That would be about what I would expect.
Tell me, Cantherion, if you were to find it, what would you do?
Attempt to talk to it, then probably destroy it.
He nods his head and he turns around. He says, I have seen it. I know where it is. But I'm afraid I cannot let you do that.
Oh, we'll just be on our way then.
As you turn around, like you're like, oh, the door's shut. Oh.
So why not? What obstacle is there?
He says, I have plans for the never-ending winter, and I cannot allow you to destroy it.
What do you mean by plans?
It must have been confusing for you, walking into Themor and seeing all these elves, and yet sitting upon the throne is a dragonborn. Those that rule in this land are those that can endure. And I lived 3 months in that frozen snow. And because of that, I have been placed as the savior of this city. I have been placed on this seat of power.
Now, doesn't the city wish for the freeze to be ended?
Perhaps. But the city does
And
not share the
you
same
seek-
wishes. Oh, go
You
ahead.
seek for it to continue in order
Yes.
to continue your power.
Yes.
Doesn't that make you the opposite of their savior?
He smiles and he says, you do not understand.
You
I
sound
do not wish
more like
to.
a tyrant.
I do not wish to save this city. I wish to watch it and everything north of Oberon's throat be destroyed.
But
So-
why?
So all he did, or all you did, to have all this power, is survive the winter. That's it.
He looks to you and he says, I was once a scholar. I was once a scholar in the Emerald Isles. And when people began to go missing, they demanded, by order of the superior Drake Abathor, they demanded that our people go underground. Just the royal few, only the pristine. The rest would stay out and live their normal lives. I refused to do that when my brother went missing. And by leaving the Emerald Mountains, I was exiled. And my family as well. And although I survived 3 months in that frozen tundra, my wife and my daughter did not. I'm afraid I cannot let you destroy the never-ending winter. For I plan to have the never-ending winter destroy the Emerald Mountains.
So
And
you
then-
blame them for the death of your wife and daughter?
Yes.
And so it's vengeance you seek.
Some would call it that.
Now, is it not your own fault that you became exiled?
Do not play coy with me, woman.
It was the laws of your own land, and you disobeyed them.
Would you not do the same?
I was not in those circumstances. I don't know what I would have done.
Then clearly you are not one to judge.
But to what end? So you destroy all of the frozen north, and then what? You just live alone as an unhappy entity for the rest of your days?
I
To
do
what
not
end?
plan to survive, Paladin.
Where is your wife's body?
That is of little of your concern.
Wouldn't you want to know how she would feel about this?
That is nothing that I can do. And nothing that anyone of this world can. Now, perhaps you understand why I required the audience. I cannot allow you adventurers...
There might be a way that I know.
He looks at you curiously and says, "Go on."
I would need some equipment and time. But perhaps we could bring her back to speak to you.
He looks to you, hopeful, but immediately shakes it off.
Do you have any wealth? Because it would require quite an expensive diamond, which I do not have.
He shakes his head. The people of Moral Themor do not worry themselves for diamonds and gems. They are a bartering society. And your otherworldly currencies mean nothing to them. They mean nothing to me.
Well, it is the only way I know to speak to your wife.
He looks back towards the door and hails the guards again. And he says, "Guards, if you could come and take our guests into custody." As the guards come in, they sort of like surround you once again, and Zorvarax like leans in to Cantharion, and he whispers, "I'm afraid I cannot allow you to do what it is that you wish to do, and I am sorry that you came here." And then as he says that, he sort of like walks back towards the throne and sits down. At this point, these guards are going to take you away.
How many guards are we talking?
Is Alberon amongst them?
Alabrin is not amongst them.
Oh.
And they're elves?
They're elves.
And there's how many?
I'm gonna say... Let me see here. How many sides are on this die? I want a bigger die than that. 10.
I'm gonna, like, sort of try to nudge at Vincent.
Yeah, we should have... I was gonna say something to Cantharion before the guards came in, but yeah, we missed our opportunity. I think.
So
should have killed this
so
guy
what
a
I
long
want
time
to
ago.
do, so what I want to do is, while all these guards are surrounding us, I want to hold my hands up and just say, "Good people, we have no quarrel with you. Your leader seeks your destruction. Take us into custody if you will, but he will be the end of you all if you do so."
The elves sort of look at one another and they begin laughing. They don't believe you when you say that.
And I just
I'm
I
gonna
look at
look around.
Venator, and
Yeah.
I'm like, "Do I speak the truth?"
Aye.
Zorvarax looks to the elven, like the elven party, and he says, "My people, clearly this human knows not what he says. Take them away."
Okay.
If you won't listen to a human, why should you listen to a dragonborn? Listen to one of your own people who has heard the words from your leader himself.
One of the elves turns to the other one and he says, "He talks down to the Endurer. I don't know if we can trust him."
He is a man who has a heart full of vengeance. He only seeks to destroy those of the Green Mountain.
He they look to the woman and they say "Oh, you ever seen one of them before? What do you know? I hear their tongues are like snakes.
They are.
I'm gonna make sure the rest of the party's like on board. And just like look around, give them a look.
This is your final chance. Again, we have no quarrel with you. We only seek to continue on our mission to stop this winter. This is our whole purpose. This never-ending winter that has been plaguing this town. We are seeking to stop it.
Zorvarax gives you a smile when you say that. A smile that says, only he has ever called it the never-ending winter. That only he knows, like, that the winter will never stop.
I smile back in the way that says, I don't know that.
Alright, what are you gonna do?
Like, we missed our shot already. We should act now before it gets worse. I vote. I don't know how I can like gesture that to the rest of them without saying, "Hey, we're gonna attack them."
I'm summoning Strider.
Right now?
I'm calling my horse.
Just gonna summon a horse, like...
It's confusion. Yeah, it's a good tactic.
So you like sort of like raise your hands up, and then like out from the ground like rises like this astral steed into the middle of this throne room. Can Strider be killed?
Yeah, he just disappears though. He doesn't die. He just, when he goes to 0 hit points, he just disappears.
How many hit points does Strider have?
And he's like a warhorse.
It's over
probably
9,000.
Like 40s, something like that. 30, 40. I'd have to look.
Okay.
These guards have weapons? drawn?
Yeah, they're heavily armed.
What kind of weapons do they have?
Long swords and bows.
I'm just shaking my head.
I guess I should do my own summoning. I want to make sure everyone's cool, though. If we look like we're gonna fight, I'll do it. But if not,
Should we roll for initiative?
And I'll say, kind of address everyone in the room again and say, I gave you fair warning.
yeah, the horse is so threatening. Yeah, you're gonna scare them.
Are you gonna roll for initiative? It's up to you guys. You are all unarmed, minus.
Can I preemptive or whatever the word is, just summon my thing to initiate everything? Is it cool?
Yeah, you can if you
Okay.
want to.
Where are we on the board?
Let me throw you guys on the board here. Grisham and Venator and Vincent and Shadow and who am I missing? Cantharion. That's who you guys are.
And 10 guards.
Let me go get the guards real quick. Hold on 1 second. I gotta go to another screen to get the guards. Let's go to the guards are on this screen.
Yeah, he was alone 5 minutes ago, by the way. Whenever he was telling us he's gonna kill everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, he was. 1, 2,
Yeah.
3,
Needed
4, 5,
information
6,
from
7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh
This
god.
is not the way, guys.
Whew, it's a lot of people.
Looks
That's
fun.
not what
Yeah.
that's not what a fruit said.
They have 5 hit points apiece. It's okay.
Says you.
Oh, we're surrounded too.
Okay, is this putting it into perspective for you? We can maybe escape from the cell later on. Come on, guys.
What do you want to do?
I say we kill him. We put an end to this now while we're in the room and before it gets any worse. It's already had 1 shot. This could be shot
Okay.
number 2 5 minutes from now. They could just go out and kill us, or we walk out and there's 100 guards and 2 dragons. And you never
So
know.
which way's the exit?
Directly behind you.
which probably has a whole town full of elves who will attack us.
Talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna get another gin.
We can block it off. We can block off the exit, kill everyone inside, and then
And stay in here.
And then live here.
and then unblock the exit. I don't know. It seemed like a good idea. But he was alone. I was gonna be like, hey guys, this guy's talking about killing everyone, and we're just gonna sit here and take it. Like, I don't know.
I say we wait to find the named elf.
First session of 2016 is also the last session of 2016.
What do you guys
It's alright, it'll grow back.
It's okay. That means we get to do my favorite thing, which is character building.
Yeah, I think Joe wanted to be a monk anyway, so we're gonna.
Nah,
We're gonna
monks are all right, but it's all about
Oh, so okay, I'll be the monk then.
it's all about that tiefling bard. You don't even know.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
All right, what are you gonna do?
Here's what I'll do. So I summoned Strider. He didn't scare anyone. I'll have it look like he's charging like at Zorbrix, but I'll like unsummon him before he gets anywhere close.
Why did you put X's on those 3 elves?
Those are the ones I'm gonna kill first.
All right.
Okay. So you've summoned your astral steed, and you're gonna make it charge towards Zorbarox.
Yeah, and then like before, because obviously everyone's gonna try to stop it. So like I just want to well I guess maybe he can get close. Like he's not gonna try to attack him. I just want to get him kind of close and like charging in his direction, and then like just unsummon
Can
him.
Strider attack?
Yeah, I mean his attacks aren't like he's a warhorse essentially. So like his attacks aren't like amazing or anything, but he has like.
He
But
can
he can do physical harm
Yeah.
to things.
Well, like he can charge into a creature, or like
Rub his
he
fire
technically
on the
bite.
ice.
Have you ever been bitten by a horse? I hear it's terrifying.
Yeah.
So weird. It's just like all flat teeth.
Mhm.
Okay.
But have you been bitten by a horse also?
So the horse charges at Zorbarox, the Dragonborn. I guess you have to roll an attack for the horse if you're actually going to attack
So like
it.
he has, so because he has like a trampling charge where he can move like towards a creature to like make it go prone, and then his attacks. I don't know. I didn't write down this part of it, but his attacks are pretty decent. But it's only a D20 plus 4 to hit, and then it does like 2d6 plus 4. Like I wrote all that stuff down, but I don't
Okay.
actually want to attack him. I just want to like dash towards him, and then like when he's still like 20 feet away, unsummon him, just to like I want him to know he's on the list.
You would have put the fear of God in him.
He's on the
The
list.
fear of
From
Tyr.
a horse.
Yeah, the fear of Tyr in his
Fear
eyes.
of Tyr.
Okay. Let me.
Fear-
I would actually go ahead and do it. It sounds like you're trying to intimidate him,
Yeah.
but you're not doing an attack. So go ahead and do an
Yes.
intimidation roll.
Cool.
With a horse.
You're using intimidation
With
tactics
a
via
celestial
horse.
warhorse,
Okay.
Strider is terrifying when he charges at you. I'll tell you.
We'll see how terrifying he is.
Yeah, this guy has no combat experience too, he said. He said that he just got frozen for a bit or whatever. He was cold.
For 3
He
months.
told, he told me he was level 1.
Oh yeah. Nice.
All right, let me go ahead and do.
Plus 6 charisma? Oh, I guess you put points in intimidation.
Yeah, that's one of my skills.
Okay. Well, I failed against that. So Zorbrax, as he sees like the horse running at him, he immediately like jumps from the like the throne and attempts to like get out of the way, moving over towards the side. 2 of the elves will loose arrows towards the horse as it's sort of like running towards the throne area. Do you unsummon it, or are these actually going to hit?
Yeah, I'll just so as soon as like he jumps down, I'll just unsummon Strider, and just look towards the elves that are like have their arrows notched, and say, again, you mean you no harm, but this man seeks to end us all.
He
And I'll just put my hands. I'll just like passively put my hands behind my back.
as you put your hands behind your back, he looks to the elves, and he like gives them a nod, and they slowly begin to like come in on your group to bind you up.
All right, can I summon it now, before we roll?
Do what you want.
Yeah. All right.
You're an adult.
I'll summon Ifrit. If there's like a direction I could summon it, that'd be awesome. But if not, it's okay.
Right
you
on
can,
top of dude.
you can put
Yeah,
it.
well, I was gonna wipe out these elves.
You can put it sort of anywhere in this room that you want to, I guess. I mean, you probably can't. Like, you got, like, maybe like towards the middle of the room is like the farthest that you can probably like smack it down.
All right.
Or
it was
attempt
just
to smack
behind
it
the
down.
elves. Yeah, just behind the elf somewhere. Doesn't matter.
Okay, I need you to do an Arcana check for me real quick.
Oh shit.
$22. Well, you succeeded. All right. So where do you want to put it?
Right about where you pinged. That's fine.
Right there, smack in the middle.
Yeah, I would say.
All right. Let me get Ifrit out of here. Oh boy.
Dang.
So like you have like sort of your hands back in the air, and you like clench your fist, and you can feel that like sort of power like surging through your hand, and then all of a sudden, you know, it goes up into the air and swirls around inside of the chamber, and then slams into the ground, and that giant hellhound beast is inside the cavern. You have to do an animal handling check for me.
Oh, okay.
That's
Should we go ahead and roll for initiative?
going to succeed. Yeah, you can roll for initiative if you want to. Yeah.
Oh wow, you can pop out the chat and roll 20. I didn't know that.
Oh, can you really? That's pretty cool.
It's helpful.
Oh,
Oh,
I
that's
didn't
not
realize
great.
that either.
Um,
That's going to be. You have a -1 modifier on initiative.
How is that
On my
possible?
dex, yeah.
You crit on initiative.
I mean, that's just how I roll.
that's how it is.
So you have Canth. And
With my
then
action of like, please people, let's not fight. Is it like
Canth, Grisham, Shadow, Vincent.
Is Grisham the only one with the 3D dice activated?
I guess so. Where did you roll initiative, Venator?
No. Boom.
Boom. Okay, and then I'll just put Ifrit after Vincent. Okay. Cantharion, you go first, man. What do you want to do? You are unarmed right now. You have picked a fight with 10 elves and 1 dragonborn, unarmed.
Put up your dukes.
right?
Yeah.
Like, I guess I'll just like bull rush the nearest elf. I'll just like try to tackle him.
Okay.
I picture like that scene in Galaxy Quest where they're just like they like start a random fist fight, and I'm just trying to like attack the guy to get a weapon at this point.
Okay.
I don't even know what I roll. Is it just like a strength? I don't know.
I guess it's probably just like
or
a
like
strength.
athletics? I don't know. I have
It's
no
probably like
idea.
a strength roll. And then your damage is probably like 1d4.
But yeah, I want to tackle him and like take his sword. if he's got a sword.
Okay, so do you intend to do damage to him, or are you just trying to get a sword?
No, I just want his sword.
You just want a sword. Okay,
Yeah.
then I'll say do like a strength check, and let's see if you can wrestle a sword out of one of these elves. One of these elves' possession. That's fucking cool. I really don't think you're gonna survive this. Oh wow. Okay, so you dive at one of the elves, and do very poorly. You do not get a sword, and now
Do
you're
I like dive next to him? Am I just like, whoa, I misjudged?
I'm not gonna punish you for what you did, but I should.
No, I slip on the ice. That's what it is. Like as I reach out for him, I like kind of like stumble on the ice and catch myself.
Yeah, you do not get your sword, and it's looking like you don't have anywhere to move. So I'm gonna say it's probably Grisham next.
Did they take all of our possessions away, or do I still have like my backpack on me?
You have your backpack. You don't have your
Okay.
weapons though.
All right. Well, I've got like a big frying pan on my backpack, and I'm gonna grab that and I'm gonna swing it at the dude in front of me.
Okay. How much do
And,
your
I'm
normal
gonna try-
weapons do? How much does your normal weapon damage do?
My dagger is 1d4, and my short sword is 1d6.
1d4 is a dagger. So how much would a frying pan do?
Probably 1d5. I don't know.
We'll do like 1d4 divided by 2, I guess.
All right. Well, I'm
Like,
gonna
like a
try to
frying
hit
pan
him.
shouldn't do as much damage as a dagger, right?
It would hurt a lot.
It would hurt.
All right, we'll give you
It's
1d4 on a
blunt
frying pan.
force.
Well, I'm gonna try to hit him right in the throat because I want to stun him so I can grab his weapon.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
That's the purpose.
I mean, he hasn't acted yet, so technically
You can
it's a
kill
sneak
someone
attack.
from crushing their voice box.
yeah. Technically,
Yeah.
you have a
That is
sneak attack.
illegal.
Well, no. For sneak attack, you have to be proficient in the weapon, and he is not proficient in frying pans.
I think a frying pan
not?
would be a simple
It
weapon.
wouldn't be a simple weapon. It would
A
be a simple
frying pan
weapon.
is not a simple weapon. It's not even a weapon. Period.
All right, fine.
Is it cast iron? Then
So
yes.
what's
it's
my
cast iron.
penalty? What's my penalty for not being
This shit is the
proficient?
castest of iron.
Because we're not talking like the green pan or something.
All right, we'll say it does 1d4, but your intention is to stagger him so you can take his weapon.
That's right.
Okay, I'll give that to you. I'll let you
Alright,
give it a
let's
shot.
see, would this be a sneak attack or no? So would I have advantage or not? Well, I would have advantage because I have other people around me.
You have advantage, but the thing is, you can't sneak attack when you're not proficient with the item.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
Are you proficient with improvised weapons? Yeah, like
No,
oh my fucking
no.
god, Dante is talking about improvised weapons. Are you proficient?
Yeah, I'm
in
looking
that?
it up right now. Improvised weapons.
Yeah.
Sometimes characters don't have their own weapons and can have an attack with whatever is close at hand. An improvised weapon includes any object you can wield in one or two hands. In many cases, an improvised weapon is similar to an actual weapon and can be treated as such. For example, a table leg is akin to a club. At the DM's discretion, a character proficient with a weapon can use a similar object as if it were that weapon and use his or her proficiency bonus. An object that bears no resemblance to a weapon deals 1d4. The DM assigns the damage type appropriate to the object. If a character uses a ranged weapon, we're not concerned with that. An improvised thrown. Okay, yeah.
So it's
that's-
1d. It's 1d4.
I mean, it's like a really big and wide dagger.
Okay, but the question is, do I get to add my dex to it or not on my
the
attack?
finesse frying pan?
No,
Could be a
because
fence,
because
right?
you're not proficient in it. You only get to add your dexterity modifier if you're proficient.
All right.
17.
Straight up 17 to hit.
I also looked up shove camp if you're curious.
Okay, you're gonna hit him. You're gonna hit him with that.
All right.
And then do a dexterity roll to see if you can steal the weapon. So you do hit him, and you do 1d4 points of damage. And let's see if you're able to steal the weapon from him as you stagger him with the attack. So you do 2 points of damage.
I have no strength mod, so it's straight up 2 points of damage. And then you said you roll a dex check? Dex
Yep.
save? Oh god.
10. You do not get that. You do not get his weapon.
Damn it.
God damn it! I have to write out health for all these motherfuckers.
Hey, you
I
said
just
10, not
wanna
us.
say-
I rolled it. I rolled a 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
On a
7.
D20.
No, on a D12. Okay. So you don't get the weapon, but you do 2 points of damage to him. Shadow, it's your turn.
Doo-doo.
Yes, yes it is. And I'm going to, let's see here. I'm going to cast my spiritual weapon at higher level for level 3. So it increases by 1d8 for every 2 slot levels above the second.
Oh,
I guess that doesn't really
damn.
do much then, does it? Because I'm
Wait, can she like hand those out?
Yeah.
It's like, you get a spiritual weapon. You get a spiritual weapon. Everyone gets spiritual weapons.
Spiritual weapons for everybody.
I don't know if I can do more than one at a time. It doesn't.
Order within the next hour and get an extra spiritual weapon for free.
But it says for every 2 slot levels, so it doesn't really.
Yeah, you have to raise it
only
by 2
one,
slot
so-
levels in order to do it.
So I'm just gonna do it at the regular then.
Okay, I totally
Yeah,
forgot you can
heading.
cast spiritual weapon.
Cast.
I don't know why I forgot that because you
Press
do
the
it
button.
every fight.
Oh. It's a signature move.
Yeah. Oh my fucking god, Dante's like, don't punch. Punching only does 1 damage.
And it's right there, in his face,
Okay.
and it's going to attack him for 8 damage.
All right.
Let
So
me. Did it roll it? On that? Yeah, 7 force damage is what it.
7
got.
force damage. All right. And you don't look like you can move at all, because you're locked in
Nah,
there
I'm
too.
not going anywhere.
Next up is Vincent.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna do the fireball. Try to like hit as many of them as I can. Towards the backside. Like, how do you ping?
You will
You just click and hold.
you'll provoke some attacks of opportunity.
You're gonna provoke 2 attacks of opportunity.
Oh shit.
It's okay, he's got cloth robes on.
Yeah, that'd be fine. It'd be worth, I think.
He can soak it.
Okay.
So yeah, trying to hit. There's 3 in the back. The one that got hit with the frying pan as well.
These 3 guys back here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it would be like-
I'm gonna
back
do
even
2
more.
attacks of opportunity because you're casting a spell directly next to enemies. So let's see. What's your AC? This is I have a
10.
16 and I have a 13.
Yeah, it's a 10. So.
You have a 10. All right, so both of those are going to hit, and it is going to do. Where's the right die? Where's the right die? Where's the cool looking one that I never used? There we go. This one right here and this one right here. You take 13 points of damage,
Okay.
and
sucks.
you get to cast a spell. So
Nice.
you cast it against those 3 guys back there.
Yes.
It's a dex save.
I
I
gotta
just
keep-
rolled 2 20s. I'm not even lying. I'm gonna pick up the die and I'm gonna show it to you.
Okay.
And a 13. So, what's the save?
You have to look it up again. The site that I use is down,
Okay.
but I didn't like write it down either.
So I'm gonna say one of them fails, does the normal damage. The other 2 take half damage.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
It's Cantharion.
Sorry, what?
Can you like
What?
flip the fireball real fast?
Oh, you're looking for the spell, isn't it?
Yeah.
8d6. I'll double
Yeah,
check.
yeah. But I have to roll something.
No, they have to roll. So whatever your spell save modifier is, your
Oh yeah.
pull up the sheet. So what he's rolling against is your spell save DC, which is probably like 14-ish.
Yeah, it's 14. Yeah.
2 of them
So
saved, one of
if
them
he-
didn't. So
if he
2 of them
rolls
take
over
half
14,
damage and
it's
one of
half.
them takes
Yeah.
full damage.
So it's how many d6? Or d8?
8d6, I think is what it was. God damn, that spell's so powerful.
For real, what the fuck?
All right, let's do this.
Is it gonna hit party members, or has he got it far enough
Nah,
away?
it should be good. I don't
Good
see why.
god damn. Alright, so that guy's down to this. These guys are down to... What's half of that? 13? Okay.
Yeah,
Good lord. Okay, so this giant fireball comes like flying down behind them and explodes on these three guys. One of them, who like literally just got clothespinned by a frying pan, is now like encased in like flame, and is looking pretty fucking rough. The other two are able to like sort of dive out of the way, and they feel the burn on the side of their bodies, but they're you know, you can see that they're clearly burnt, but they're much better off than Frying Pan Man. Now you get to control Ifrit, and you get two. You can either do a bite attack or a claw attack, or the AOE fire attack, and you get 2 attacks and movement.
okay. So we'll bite some of the elves. We'll bite 2 of the elves.
Okay. So just roll a d20 and then add 4.
Okay. Oh god.
16 is going to hit. And then
Roll
roll
twice.
roll for the second attack as well. 19 is going to hit. And then the damage I did was 1d8 plus 4, I think. Is the bite.
All right. There's one.
Damn,
Yeah, that's like-
crit damage.
Nice.
And we'll do that on these 2 guys back here. So let's do... That's down to that. And this is down to this. Okay.
And it's time for me to die.
Alright.
No, Mr. Bond, it is time for you to die.
Now it's my turn. I'm gonna go ahead and say these 2 guys are going to attack Vincent. So I got that. Those are both going to hit, and that is going to do. Now I'm rolling good. I normally don't roll good. 17 points of
Here we
damage.
go with the singing again.
17
Yeah.
points of damage.
Yeah, I'm like dead or 0 or whatever.
Are you 0?
Knocked out. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That's what I was hoping for. These 3 are going to attack Shadow. 3. Shadow, what's your AC? I just crit.
Ah, shit.
What are your hit points? You
Let
did.
me get on the right thing.
We adjusted you down to half plate too, right?
Yes.
Cool.
I have a 17, a
Um,
17, and a 22.
15.
Okay. I am about to do a lot of damage to you.
Splat.
So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 points of damage. Plus... Where's the other die that I was messing around with? These 2. Plus 11.
Okay.
This dude back here is like terrified of this giant, weird dog thing. So it's gonna go ahead and attack the dog. It's gonna miss. These 2 are going to go ahead and attack Grisham. So let's get these in here. Grisham, what's your AC? I got a 6 and an 18.
15 is my AC.
15? Alright, so one of those is going to hit. That is going to do 10 points of damage.
I'm gonna use uncanny dodge.
Alright, so
Take half
that's
damage.
5. And then these 2 are going to go ahead and attack Vincent. before, or I'm sorry, Venator. Before they attack, one of the elves like pulls out his sword, and he says, "You've made a dire mistake, brother." And then they're both going to go.
In response to that, can I say something?
Yeah.
I'd say, fools attack this crazy band. They seek to bring down your lord.
Okay. The first elf who just drew the sword, looks to you, confused. And then he slowly lowers his weapon, and he turns to look at the other elf behind him. The other elf, who had like a notched arrow pointed towards you, turns it and aims it towards Cantharion. That's gonna miss though, because I rolled a 2. So he's like has this arrow aimed at you, and then turns it towards Cantharion, and then fires it off. But he is going to miss Cantharion. These guys attacked. This guy attacked. These guys attacked. These guys attacked. These guys attacked. And now, this dude's just going to run in this direction and not fight. It's back up to Cantharion again.
What happened to me?
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, you're up.
All right.
I skipped you.
And Vincent's unconscious.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna look at the other party members and say, give yourselves up peacefully, and you don't have to end up like the gnome, or worse.
As you're not unconscious, like the fiery beast like goes back into the ring. After Venator says that, it's back to Cantharion. So it goes through a whole cycle of you guys before it gets back to the elves.
I'll do lay on hands to stabilize Vincent. So I can do I think I can do 25 hit points.
Yes.
So I'll do that for Vincent. I'll do all 25, just lay on hands as my bonus. And then as my action, I'll cast Command on Zorbrix. And my one-word command is Confess. And it's a DC 14.
How does the spell work?
He has to follow
Wisdom
a one-word
saving throw?
command.
But how do I have to follow the command?
Confess.
He has to confess his crimes, his true
No,
nature.
like the rules are I have to confess something, right?
Ask him a
It's
question.
implied.
Don't
It's
you
an
have to-
implied confession based on the most recent subject matter, I'd say.
Don't you get a saving throw though?
Yeah, it's a DC 14 wisdom save.
Oh, well, it's a good thing I'm not using that one because that one's a 1. It's a 16. I'm not even lying.
That's all I had.
I think we should take that one.
No, that one's down here. I gotta go get it. Oh yeah. All right. I succeeded. What do you
Well,
do
That would have
now?
been awesome.
That's
too.
my turn. Like, I'll step into this guy so I'm closer to him.
Did you lay on hands, Vincent, right?
Yeah.
For 25, yeah.
Damn, that's a big ass fucking heal. Grisham, it's your
Once
turn.
I get it once a day.
Can I make an acrobatics check to move through there, like past those two guys where that gap is, and then try to stealth?
I don't think you're gonna be able to stealth with all these people watching you right now. I can't think of like a viable way without some sort of tool, like a smoke bomb or
Or
something like that
frag
you could get out of their sight right now.
Yeah, you could do like a disengage move as your action.
You could certainly
Yeah, I'm gonna
disengage.
try to-
Axe,
Yeah, I'm
but-
gonna try to. I'm still gonna try to tumble or whatever past them. to get through them, get out of the big group of guys.
Yeah, you can do that. You'll have to do an acrobatics check to do that.
He should have to like confess something minor, like he likes women's underwear or something.
Oh, you definitely got that. See, I was gonna confess something, but I was like, technically, you have to confess something, but you don't have to confess the thing that they want you to confess. You know? Like he could say, like, "I miss them, I truly do," and it's him confessing, like, that this is how I feel, and I
That's
don't
not-
ever talk about
All
it.
right, fine.
How far are you
Consistent.
going to let me move on that roll?
One,
move
you get to
range
move to
or-
like this square right here, without provoking attacks of opportunity.
So I can only move 5 feet?
I mean, how far can your tumble go?
I don't know. I wanted to use my whole round, like my whole action for movement.
Okay, I could say you might be able to get here then. Yeah, you can probably get there.
Because that was all I was going to do. I was just trying to disengage and, like, nimbly get past them.
All nimbly
Yeah.
bimbly.
Yeah, break away from them.
Okay.
That'd be it. That'd be all I'd be doing.
All right. Shadow, you're up next.
Okay, first I'm going to move my spiritual weapon at him.
Ooh.
And it's going to attack for 1d8.
No, you can't command someone to die. You
You
cannot
have to roll
command
to
that.
attack.
You cannot command
Right.
them to do anything that would do them harm.
And
You still
then
have to roll
I'm
to
going
hit him,
to-
right? Jillian,
What?
you still have to roll to hit him though, right? Like it doesn't just automatically.
No, it's
hit.
I don't know. It just said force damage. It doesn't say anything about rolling to hit.
I've never understood how that spell works.
When you cast a spell, you make a melee spell attack against a creature within 5 feet of the weapon.
So
On
you-
hit, the target. Okay, so you have to.
You have to hit
You
him.
have to make a melee attack.
Okay, so what do I roll for that?
Use
It'd
your
be a
spell attack
D20
plus,
plus
right?
your spell modifier.
Plus wisdom.
Plus your wisdom modifier, yeah.
Let's see.
Damn! Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Okay, and so I'm casting Sacred Flame on him as well.
Okay.
Let me pull it back up. That was on the
What does that
wrong-
one do?
It does fire damage. Makes him burn. He must succeed a dex of 10 or take 2d8 of radiant damage because it's being cast.
As a second level?
I'm a 5th level.
Damn!
When I reach level 5.
When do I make the save? Now or later?
Now?
Okay,
Oh,
I just rolled a
did it that
16.
failed, so.
So I take the
Yeah.
I take 3 damage right now, right? And then I don't take the
It
ongoing
said
unless
it-
I fail.
si- Okay, I don't know how radiant damage really works.
I believe what it is I take the 3 damage right now, and then I take the additional radiant damage if I fail the throw.
Didn't you save it?
I did just save it, yeah. So I don't think I continue to take damage, but I do think I take the 3 that you got originally. Yeah, so you did 3 damage to him, which takes him down to this number. But he doesn't take the
Oh, okay.
ongoing damage because he didn't fail it.
Okay, alright.
Yeah. And then Vincent's up. And back alive.
And we're all still in the same spot. Yeah, I can do the fireball one more time. Which kind of sucks.
Centered on the group.
Well, if everyone moved out of the way, I was just gonna do it like on top of me and like try to just get everyone like with me, but yeah. I'm gonna do the ones in the. They're gonna attack me.
I can take a fireball. We can try to hit the 4 closest to us.
Yeah, we could do that. I'm gonna die because they're gonna hit me twice, and then that's gonna hit me, and it's gonna kill me. So. Yeah, I can aim it in the back. I can hit those back 4 towards Shadow, like in the back.
It's up to you. If you're afraid of dying, you don't have to fight. I mean,
Yeah, just I'm gonna hit the
they,
ones in the back. The 4
they showed
north.
mercy to Venator, who appeared to not attack them.
Yeah.
Technically, I haven't done any damage to any of them yet.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you just tried to kill their leader.
No,
I'm just
I told
afraid
him
of
to
my frying
confess.
pan.
No, you tried to kill him with your horse.
Yeah.
The horse, you can't prove it. The horse is gone. It was just in your minds the whole time.
Don't know where that horse came from.
There's no horse.
I didn't see a horse.
So psychic attacks.
How are those ones to the north looking? Like the ones that got bit.
They're looking about as rough as the ones that you got with the fireball.
Alright, I'm gonna get the 4 towards her. So
Can he warn me to dodge or something?
Where are you
I can
putting
do it
it?
to where like, towards the back wall behind them. I can't ping right now. I don't know what's up. But
Okay, like right here?
yeah, back a little more just in case. But yeah, the idea is to hit those 4 and not her. So.
I don't know if you can hit all 4 of them. What's the radius of this thing?
I believe it's 20 yards. Or 20 feet, sorry. Not
Alright,
yards.
that's gonna hit her. You put it right here. That's gonna hit
But
her
towards
too.
the fire. Towards the fire more.
Towards the fire more?
That's gonna hit
That's gonna hit.
Grisham.
It's not gonna hit her.
Alright.
That is going to hit Grisham.
Ah, damn.
Just put it where you want to put it, man. It's in the middle of a fight. You may not always have like perfect
It
Let's
also
do it.
hit him.
Yeah, let's do it there.
perfect aim.
Okay, yeah, I would have hit him too. So let's do it.
I
With that fire.
I mean, for the sake of
It's
role
better to
playing.
hit him than me.
Yeah, we'll do it.
In your opinion,
Like, in facts, I'm
Well, she
the
can
one
heal,
who can heal.
so
unless I kill her next turn.
yeah, I'm gonna do that and
Take
try to
half
hit those
damage,
4.
Grisham, you'll be fine.
Try to hit those 4 and the Dragonborn.
Okay.
it's alright. I'll just uncanny dodge it again. Take half damage. Those rogues OP.
You get a fistful of D20. Fail, fail, pass, pass.
All right, I'm gonna roll the damage now.
Okay.
Wait, do I have to roll to save also if it's gonna hit me?
You can automatically succeed using Uncanny Dodge on Dex rolls, but you're still going to take half damage. So you take 10 damage.
So I wouldn't take half of half damage?
Yeah,
No.
well, if he rolls, but he can roll it and then take
If I
half-
save
half
versus his
damage.
initial fireball and then uncanny dodge the damage, that doesn't work? It doesn't
No,
stack?
you Uncanny Dodge the Dex roll. Well, you get to pick. I guess.
Either way, it's half damage. So I'll
Either
just
way,
do
it's
the
half damage,
uncanny
yeah.
dodge.
It's either guaranteed half damage or maybe half damage.
It's fine. I'll just.
Oh, and you take 2 attacks of opportunity by casting that. One's a crit, and the other one's a 4.
All right.
I'm critting like a motherfucker here. You take 15 points of damage. Yeah, this is 5th edition that we're playing right now.
All right. I'm good. That's me.
All right, Venator, you're up, bud.
Well, man, it's back to me.
Yep.
What is the I'm sorry, is the gnome knocked out?
Not anymore.
No.
No.
No, not anymore.
Is it like 10 hit points, I think?
Hmm. Okay, I'm going to bull rush the gnome and attempt to knock him down.
Okay.
So I make a strength check, and then you, Landon, get to make either a strength or dexterity check to try and counter my bull rush.
Just roll a save.
7.
Yeah. So that is dick.
8.
Damn.
So you're like,
So
you're like, oh, fuck, Jesus. Okay, I got this. Ah, and you try to tackle him, and he's like, oh, fuck, what the shit's going on? You do this weird dance.
I just go to drop the shoulder and realize that he is much shorter than I think he is, and I just go right over the top of him. I'm just whew. He doesn't even need to juke. He doesn't even need to juke me out. I just go just do this number.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna say, watch the gnome. He's their leader and has a lot of tricks up his sleeve.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
Okay. All right, it's the elves' turn.
Oh, and then I'm gonna say they're worth more alive than dead.
Okay. So these 4 elves are gonna go ahead and attack Shadow. Shadow, what's your AC?
15.
Miss, hit. So that's gonna do this much damage. 12 points of damage. You still alive?
Yeah, I'm still alive.
Okay. These 2 are going to attack. They're going to listen to Venator, and they're going to attack. What do you call it? Vincent. I got a 14 and a 20, not a crit.
So one of those are hitting me, or both of those are hitting me?
Both of those are hitting you right now. What's your AC?
10.
10. All right, they both hit you. All right,
Okay.
so one hits you. All right, no, they both use their bows, so that's a weaker attack. It's gonna do 10 points of damage. Vexer Games, thanks so much for giving us a follow. 10 points of damage. What's that take you to?
I'm knocked out.
Okay, so you're unconscious.
Yeah.
One of these is going to go ahead and he's gonna so he sees Grisham sort of like running away. He's gonna fling an arrow and see if he can't get Grisham. It's 17 versus AC. Does that hit?
15 is AC.
15 is AC. 8 points of damage. He's able to like tweak you in the back of the leg with this arrow as you're sort of running away. And then these last 3 are just gonna, they're just gonna go ham on Cantharion, I think, but they might be. What's your AC without your shield?
They took my shield? I never dropped my shield. Hold on a second. I dropped my sword. I never gave up my shield.
Did you or did you not give up your shield?
Oh, they said drop your weapons. I dropped my weapon.
So you still have a shield on you? Do you have it? Do you have it like equipped, like out right now?
Yeah, like what?
Okay. What's your AC?
21.
Highest I rolled was a 16.
I'm the tank. I have one job, and that's to either not get hit or take a bunch of hits.
What's your AC?
That's my only job.
What's your AC?
21.
Oh, well, ballsack. I'm not going to hit you with any of these. so, like, all 3 of these guys, like, take their swords and they just, like, start wailing on you, but you put the shield up and they're just, like, hammering into this thing like they're fucking, like, carving away at, like, a giant tree or whatever. So you're just underneath this shield and just blades just slamming on top of it. That is all of these guys. And then it goes back to this dude, and he's gonna run back into that corner, I think. Cantharion, it's your turn.
I'm gonna try to do the same thing again, I guess. So I'll this time I'll preface it. I'll be like, so again, looking at Zorbrux and just like doing like the Phoenix Wright point at him.
Objection.
Like, you know that you are seeking to doom all people on this shelf, and then confess. And as I say confess, like the holy symbol glows a little.
I just rolled a 19.
Duh. I tried. That's all I got. And yeah, that's my turn.
Grisham, you're up next, man. Oh, he's just gonna bum rush him.
He's half elf. He can move 30 feet.
Oh yeah.
Do you have a weapon right now?
I have a frying pan.
El Kabong over here.
Just pin him up with it.
Bong.
I am going to run over there, and I'm going to smash away at him with the frying pan, and I'm gonna scream, "Tell him to stop!"
It's very convincing when you're pounding someone over the head with a frying pan.
I'm gonna beat you to death with the frying pan unless you tell your soldiers to back off. You want me to roll damage?
Yeah, you gotta roll to hit
Roll to
him
hit him.
first.
Damn, I saw that dress.
That is going to miss, unfortunately.
I'm gonna put this dress on.
But it's
Yeah,
gonna
quick, put it
scare
on. As a death throw.
It's your wife. Look, I'm here.
That's an awfully svelte dragon.
So you charge across the room with a frying pan, screaming like, "Tell them to back off!" And then you swing this frying pan. He's able to like sort of move out of the way, and then you like slam it against the wall, and you hear that like boom, like sound as you like slam it against the ice and or stone wall of the citadel. Shadow, you're up next.
I'm going to just heal myself.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Third level, though.
I'm about to die, by the way.
Damn, 24.
Are you rolling your death saves?
Are you at 0?
Yeah.
You're just unconscious then. You're not dead.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you're not dead unless you reach half.
I thought it was like
Was it
one
like
more
half?
hit and I'm dead. or
No, it's
something.
like half of your total HP in negative. So if you have like 20 HP, if you get like negative 10, you're dead. I think.
Okay.
Or is it full HP? One of those two.
It's like 2 times your health and damage.
Yeah, I
Like
thought you were
kills
at
you.
10 hit points.
No,
No. They attacked me again after I got knocked down.
So you're at 0 again.
Yeah.
And then Shadow, are you gonna move it all after that?
I guess I'll move towards Vincent. So that way I'm closer to him.
You will provoke 1 attack
that-
of opportunity if you do that. So one guy's gonna attack you.
Well, you're gonna
Just
do
stay
it.
there. Yeah, it's fine. Just stay there.
You're gonna do it?
Yeah, I moved.
16
Need to be able to
versus
touch
AC?
you next turn.
Oh, okay.
16 versus
16 versus 15.
AC? Alright. 7 plus 2 is 9 points of damage.
Okay, that's fine. I'm feeling good.
And Vincent, you are
So does this work?
unconscious.
So I roll what?
I don't think you,
You
have
you have
to
a
do.
death saving throw.
I don't think you have to do
Yeah. You-
death saving throws because you're not dying.
Well,
You have to if you're knocked out because you take damage per round until you make the save.
Yeah, so you have to roll a d20 to like stabilize yourself. If you roll above a 10, you're stabilized and conscious again.
I think unless
Yeah, there's on your chart. There's a death saving throw, and you can just click that.
But
Oh.
you're not
It's-
dying right now.
Yeah, I'm just at 0 knocked out.
So to clarify, Landon, you took exactly 10 points of damage.
Yes.
I took.
So
Yeah, yeah.
You're at 10
Yeah, it was-
and you took exactly 10.
No. It was like 2 over.
So
Was
then
it like
you're
8,
dying.
I think.
You're currently dying. So your hit points
then
do
you'd
set
be
at
at
0,
-2.
but you'd have to make the throws. So now you
Sounds-
have 1 failure, and 3 failures means you die.
It's basically like bleeding out.
Okay.
I should be
I
able
thought
to
it was
heal
like
you before you completely die.
I thought it was
Maybe.
like Darkest Dungeon or whatever. It's like
Maybe.
you're knocked out. Next hit, you're dead.
No, well, that's only if they
No,
coup de
no.
grace you. If
Oh.
they hit you while you're unconscious, then it's an automatic death. Like you're no, it's two. You automatically fail twice. So in this case, if they hit you while you're on the ground, yeah, you'll die.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. But yeah, there's
Um,
that. So, do I do anything? I just stay at 0, right?
That's now basically your turn is over. You just you are
Yeah, if
you
can-
are coughing up blood on the ground right now.
yeah.
If you can get 3 successes, you'll go to 1.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's me then.
All right. Venator, you're up next. The gnome is bleeding out on the ground. So you tried to bull rush him, and then he just took a bunch of attacks, and he just got turned into Swiss cheese with arrows.
I'm
You
going
accomplished your
to
goal.
attempt to bull rush Cantharion.
Okay.
So I'll make a strength check, and then you can choose either strength or dex to
This
versus me.
is amazing. 19. That's not bad. 12. That's bad.
Ooh, you're knocked
Flying,
prone.
flying.
So you knock Cantharion prone. So you're like wrestling with Cantharion on the ground. Do you say anything
No,
to him?
I knock him prone, so I stay up and he goes to the ground. It's like
Yeah.
a bull.
So Cantharion is prone right now. Do you say anything to him, like when you're doing this, or?
I knock him prone to the ground, and then as he gets down to the ground, I say to him, "You need to stop this senseless violence right this moment."
That's what I'm trying to do.
Is what
Yeah.
he says
Must-
as he's
I'm
on the ground,
I'm
like
just
on
"You
his
must
back.
confess.
Um,
Don't you see?
it's my turn now. I'm gonna have 3 people attack Shadow.
Yay.
Those are all going to fail, I think. Damn, that's like the worst
I'm
throw.
at
I rolled a
15.
6, an 8, and a 9. Which highest would be 13. Damn, all 3 of them motherfuckers missed. Ball sack. Alright, so these 3 motherfuckers are gonna try and shoot Grisham. Alright, one of those is going to hit, but the other 2 are going to fail. So that's going to do 6 points of damage to Grisham.
So did you just like hire a bunch of stormtroopers?
Apparently, I can't hit you. I mean, I was like fucking critting like a madman.
I mean, it is like cold as Hoth up in here right now.
Yeah. And then these 3 guys are going to all attack Cantharion with advantage. I need more d20s. There we go. Because he's knocked prone. Okay, 19's big, 18's big, 15's big. And that's going to do 20, 21, 22, 23, 22, 23, and 22. I think are the only 2 that
Yeah.
hit, right?
Yeah.
Alright. And that's going to do... 16 points of damage. Which is probably like nothing to Cantharion.
Well, it's like my first hit. That's all.
Yeah.
It hurt. It still hurts.
Um...
I still bleed or hurt or bruise, whatever.
And then it's going to be Zorax's turn, and he's going to go ahead and make an attack against Grisham.
Bring it on.
I crit.
Yeah, you
Let's see here. How do I want to do this?
Gonna give him 2 slaps instead of 1. Yeah.
did. He's like, give me that frying pan. Whoopsh.
I'm going to say that he's unarmed when he does this.
Unarmed
Dragonborn
fire
have claws,
yeah.
though.
I was gonna say unarmed ice breath.
8 points of damage.
Alright.
Oh man, he is a Dragonborn.
Yup.
He
I'm
is.
not going to do that this turn.
He has T-Rex arms. Yeah.
Cantharion, you're up next, man. You're knocked prone.
All right. So I stand up, and I'm gonna try it again. I'm doing the exact same thing. Just pointing at him, and like You know, you seek destruction.
What's the fail?
Confess.
What's the fail?
So he has to follow the command. Yes.
No, what is the number that fails?
Oh, 14.
14? I rolled a 13.
He confesses something. Hopefully the subject matter, because I triggered the, it's like word association, right? Because I said the subject right before. I don't know. I'm trying.
As you point to him and command him to confess, he grabs Grisham's collar and pulls him in, and he yells that you will all freeze to death.
And I just look around at all of his guards, and I say, you see, he brings us all death and destruction. Do not fight for this man. Stand against him.
The guards seem unfazed. Because to them, it
so
seems
you got
like
to grapple me without me saving against it? Hold
no,
on.
it's just for flavor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're not grappled
Alright,
right now.
I don't care if I die, but you gotta do it legit. You gotta make the roll.
All right, Grisham, you're up next.
I'm gonna swing at him again.
This is the most ridiculous fight I've ever seen in my life.
Every time you think it can't get more ridiculous,
I know.
you just find ways to constantly make it worse for you and ourselves. One day we will get that total party kill. We're working hard on it.
That's gonna miss. That's an 8. Like, if you're gonna kill me, you're gonna do it right. And then you swing this frying pan back around to hit him in the head, and he ducks underneath it. Shadow, you're up.
I'm going to put my hands on to Vincent and spare the dying, so he's stabilized and doesn't have to do any more.
So does that do more death saving throws?
Yeah.
All right, Vincent, that puts you at 1 HP, I believe. So you're no longer dying,
Nice.
but you are still prone,
welcome.
and you have 1 HP.
It's my turn now. I'm right after her.
Yes, it's your turn right after.
Can I pick myself up?
You can.
Like, just stand up? No. Actually,
The
I look
elves, the
dead
elves sort of
still?
like they look over you and they yell like, "Do you yield?"
damn.
Actually, yeah, I'm going to say that's exactly what happens. Like the elves stand over the top of you with their swords pointed down and yell, "Do you yield?"
And they're all like missing limbs and stuff. They look pretty grim.
Not
right?
really. Like some of them are
Alright.
looking rough, but some of them haven't even been touched yet.
Yeah. I'm just gonna play dead.
Play.
If
I
that's
mean, you don't, have to,
possible.
you don't have to be like,
just, like,
I'm alive.
Oh, your eyes open,
Making
you
me
see all the
waste
people
this-
around you, and then you're like, totally dead, guys.
Alright, how far away is the Dragonborn guy?
From you,
Yeah, my clicker is still not working.
50 feet.
Are you on the right tool in our roll 20? Sometimes you can be like on the ruler or something, and then you can't.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying.
I make that mistake sometimes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He's out of fireballs now. We could
Okay.
drop a fireball directly on the.
No. I'm out of those. I could just do. I think. No, there's not really much I
You
can
haven't seen
do.
the chromatic orb yet.
I can Misty
session.
Step. Yeah, I can Misty
You've
Step.
had Misty Step this whole time?
Yeah. I haven't really had to use it though. Like I just get hit and then I'm down.
Misty Step at GTFO. Let's
Yeah.
let's get out of here.
I'm gonna Misty Step. Like I can only do it to
You've
myself.
had Misty Step this entire time? Yeah, man. I just figured, why would I ever want to just disappear to another place, man? I just like it right here.
I'm gonna try to get over to near where that fireball was, like over here.
Colorado, man.
You have to click and hold, not like click a bunch.
Oh. Boom.
Oh, you're gonna Misty Step over
Run
there.
away. Yeah.
Okay.
Get out.
How does Misty Step work?
Poof.
It's not like
Yeah,
teleportation.
You teleport 30
It is.
feet to unoccupied
teleport?
space you can see.
Yeah, it's Misty Step,
Like
bro.
vanish and then
God
appear.
damn, that's fucking awesome. I didn't realize Misty Step was a fucking blink.
Yeah, Misty Step.
Yeah,
is
it's a blink.
Sweet.
That's cool
Yeah,
as
that's how you got
shit.
through the sewer grate, remember? You had
Yeah,
the-
I totally thought
the-
it did something different though whenever I did it. I was going like
Oh,
4th
I
edition
forgot
rules
to
on that
attack
shit.
him with my spiritual weapon the last 2 turns.
But it's so spiritual by him right now. It's
Yeah.
insane.
It's
Like
being
he
super
felt compelled by the spirit.
Oh, is that what that red blob thing is?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Wait,
step.
if you cast Misty Step, do I get attacks of opportunity against you?
Stop. You're not supposed to be on camera.
Well, a blink, if you think about it, you like disappear.
Is that,
and
how does that
it's not
work?
like you can preempt it. Like he's about to Misty Step, it just happens, you know. There's no way of knowing that he's about to.
if you cast a
vanish.
spell in melee range,
So-
I
Well, but Misty Step is a bonus action, so it wouldn't trigger like attacks of opportunity or anything.
okay. Yeah,
Just
whatever.
do
I'll
it,
let you do
yeah.
it.
Yeah, I'm gonna teleport over here.
All right.
Here. Or here. Whichever.
With 1 hit point.
With 1
Are you still like? Are
HP.
you still prone? Like when you Misty Stepped? They just Misty Stepped on the ground over there?
Yeah, I'm just laying on the ground.
Just
I
say
got
You
him.
just
Yeah,
Misty
like-
Misty bat crawled your way back.
Oh god. Yeah, yeah. And that's me. Right? That's all I can do, so.
It's Venator's turn after that. What you gonna do?
I looked
man?
at Cantharion and I say, I suggest you take their advice, Cantharion, and you yield.
But he confessed.
And look where it's gotten you.
I just shrug my shoulders and I start to put my hands behind my back again.
Is that your turn?
It's Venator's turn. I don't know. Do I go after him?
Oh, okay, okay. No, the elves go after you. Do you put your hands behind your back though to like show as if you are
Yeah,
yielding?
for flavor, like this whole time I haven't fought anyone this whole time. I've just been like trying to get him to confess.
Okay. In that case, who has been fighting people? Grisham's been fighting people.
Me?
Venator's
I
been
have
fighting
not.
people.
I've not
And
been fighting.
cooking.
Well, I've technically been fighting people, but not elven people.
Shadow has been fighting people. So Shadow, you're about to get your world rocked.
I've been trying to make breakfast.
Can I yield? I mean, can
He's trying to
there
make breakfast.
I mean, I'd say so, Rob.
Oh god
so
damn!
question
I
before you
crit and I
dispense
hit
justice.
and I hit and I miss.
Rob. Before you dispense justice for flavor, can they also do the hand behind the back motion?
Yeah, if you guys all want to yield right now, you can all yield.
It's up to you guys.
I put my hands behind my back and shout, Grisham!
As you do that, right as 4 archers are like pulling back their bows and like aiming them at Shadow. One of them looking like they were going to nail her pretty fucking hard. So Shadow has yielded. Cantharion has yielded. Grisham?
I just wanted to swing the frying pan one more time.
So you don't yield.
I'll drop the pan. My back's to the party, so I can clearly hear everybody like saying we yield or whatever.
Okay.
I'm
Vincent?
asking, can I hear everybody saying that?
I mean, Shadow yelled for you.
Okay, all right.
Vincent?
Specifically addressed you.
Yeah.
Well,
I
I'm
had more
sorry, I was
spells.
distracted.
If I had more spells at my disposal right now, I would do it, but I'm pretty
At
much
1
out
hit
of it.
point,
Yeah.
Okay.
away from the healer.
So you all sort of yield and the elves like begin to like come up to you and like bind your hands behind your back much tighter this time than the last time that they did it. right before they bind Grisham's hands behind his back, the guy looks at Grisham and gives him like one more hit, but he misses because I rolled a 2.
Yeah.
So he like swings.
And he dies.
So as like your hands are bound behind your back, he swings at you and you like just move your head out of the way to like get missed by it.
He hits his guard instead.
I say let's go ahead and take a quick break, and then we can come back and do a little bit of role playing to get to a good stopping point, and then we'll call it. So you guys want to take like a really quick break?
Yeah, get some coffee.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm gonna do. So let's take like a real quick 5-minute break, and we'll be right back. All right, sweet. Let me put on some music while we're gone.
Yeah, that was humiliating. Oh my god.
What was humiliating?
It's not
I
humiliating.
made one mistake though.
It was just humbling.
I didn't think you guys were gonna fight, but I was like, if you want to fight, I'm gonna let you fight.
Damn, if I would have known like that the
You
guards
almost,
are
you
gonna
almost held your own. You almost took out half of them. Almost.
Yeah, I pretty much did like my full damage that I could possibly do. And that was it. Like I'm all out of everything.
Well,
so-
you were put into a situation where all of them were surrounding you. It's pretty rough.
Mhm. I should have got
I'll be right back.
the Ifrit thing to attack the Dragonborn. I messed
Hold on
up.
1 second, guys. We're gonna be back to we're just taking a really quick 5-minute break, but we will be right back.
Yeah, be right back. Coffee.
What's going on, everybody? We just had a pretty rough time of it. Not so great. I got a confession. That was pretty cool. Fortunately, we were in the throes of battle. Joe knows the struggles. They're real. Look, I got him to confess, so I get mission checkpoint alpha. Pretty sure that's how it works.
I get potatoes.
Yay. You're the real winner then.
Can't we go to TwitchCon again this year?
Dude.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude.
Now that I'm a veteran, like, gotta go again. It was fun.
Right? I am so pro at sleeping on beanbags.
When you were saying, Landon was like, how do you even fall asleep? Or no, when we were waiting on Landon and Rob was like, how do you even fall asleep? And you were like, hey, just close your eyes. Mrs. Camp just started busting up at that. She's like, yeah, we've seen Joe do it many times on a beanbag.
I woke up so many times to people being like, dude, this guy's knocked the fuck out. I was like, shut up. You're so loud. I'm so hungover.
So we didn't wipe. That's good.
I also owe you a meal.
Nah. It's a pay it forward thing. you
Oh,
know?
okay. I'll buy you a beer next time I go out.
No.
No.
I don't drink. All right.
Bro, but all the Twitch streamers do it.
They do, don't they? Like every single one.
You probably would have been like, it probably would have been cool to go to the TwitchCon after party, but you probably would have gotten bored after a little bit.
Yeah. I probably would have hung out for like an hour and then been like, all right, I'm good. Yeah, I'm gonna refresh my drink too since we got a little bit more time. I'm just trying to take my character on this spiritual and emotional journey where he goes from this kind of super aggressive, let's fight everyone thing to like trying to be more of a talker. He's trying. I don't know.
Your guy is trying to be more of a talker.
Yeah.
Is
Well,
that
like
possible?
that's no, you know what I mean though. Like
I don't though.
using like instead of
Oh, using
just
your
like
words
brags and
instead
stuff,
of your
but, like,
swords.
yeah.
Using your words instead of my swords.
Instead of being like, you've challenged my honor, now you must die. Like, he's starting to understand how the world works. So he's trying to be like that's why we didn't start a fight at the cabin, because he's just like, let's go with it and let's see where it goes.
That was a lot of fun. I can honestly say I've never done a fight where the entire party is unarmed,
Right?
minus a frying pan.
So next time we're in a town, I'm gonna buy 5 long swords, and I'm gonna stick 2 on my belt. I'm gonna stick 2 on my back.
Why does he carry
One in
two
my
swords?
pack.
Is the second one in case the first one breaks?
Pretty much. Like hide. Okay, I'll get 7 because then 2 I can hide like kind of in my leg plates. I want to be like RoboCop with swords. Like I just like reach wherever and like I throw a sword and I just like reach somewhere else and just throw it. For no reason, I'm just throwing swords.
Well, man, I got cat aggro.
Bro, are you making another gin and juice?
Yeah,
Nice.
I got an audition tomorrow.
That's how you roll. Wait,
What is
this one for?
I have to play an alcoholic murderer.
Do you really?
So you're gonna like drink yourself silly and then
No,
go,
the
like,
part that
commit-
I'm auditioning for is not. It's not an actual murderer. I think it's a guy who convinced his girlfriend to commit the murder for him because he's in jail.
Nice.
Yeah. So I have that audition to do tomorrow. When
I like
everybody
your
gets back,
style.
we'll go again. I can't go for like super duper longer, but I do really like the next part. So
You wanted to be in this part like an hour and a half ago.
I did. I didn't think you guys would fight, but I was like, I'm
Every
gonna.
time you're like, man, I totally thought you guys would try to escape from this group. I wonder why you didn't attack, 12 people while you're unarmed.
Yep.
Oh, we waited for there to only be 10.
It's the
We could
beauty of
take on
D&D,
10.
man. It's open ended. You can do whatever you want. I let you do it. Let's see if we can't put some tunage on here. Where's a good tune? This one's pretty good. I know if you've listened to this one already. Man, we got 17 whole viewers. Thanks so much for showing up, guys. We're happy to entertain you with some Dungeons and Dragons. We're on a quick break right now. Everyone's like grabbing their foods and doing their bios. You just missed.
Everybody shows up and we're like, all right, we're gonna take a break. Bye.
Yeah, you just missed a fight with 10 elves and a dragonborn.
It was just a 4v12.
Yeah. And the party has yielded to the forces of moral Themor.
But not before getting a confession.
Not before getting something of a confession.
Look, give me moral victories. Give me, just let me have this.
We got Landon
Gotta-
back. What could possibly go wrong? Final
should
Fighter's
have,
like, please tell me that Shadow is a girl.
We should have,
Actually, we're all grills.
yeah,
We're all grills.
guys in real life.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all girls.
I'm a, oh, I was trying to think of a brand of a grill. I got nothing. Black
Weber.
& Decker? Does Black & Decker make grills?
Coleman. What? I don't think so.
They make
Maybe like a
tools.
George Foreman-esque grill, you know?
I'll be George
plant.
Foreman.
We
I
should
was
have
about to say, I was about to say Kingsford, but that's charcoal.
should have bum rushed the throne and sat at it, since these elves are so easily convinced. You know?
Is everybody back?
I think so.
Is Kevin there?
Julian, do we have a
Kevin never
Yeah,
left,
back.
bro. He's been here this whole time.
Oh,
Couldn't
nice.
see his couldn't see his camera.
Staring.
Kevin's actually always here.
Yeah.
He never leaves his seat.
He wins every
He's
staring
really, really
contest.
still.
He's always just mentally preparing himself for Dungeons and
The cam
Dragons.
just keeps freezing on me. I don't know.
Let me turn this down a little bit. Okay, so you fight this group of elves, and eventually, after the gnome being brought unconscious and then being brought back to life again, and all of you taking a rather hefty beating, choose to yield. As they bind your hands back behind your backs and make the binds much tighter than they were before. Which one of you has the highest passive perception?
Am I bound? Am I being bound?
No, you are left unbound. You're being escorted at your own accord.
I'm guessing it might be me with the highest perception.
Okay.
I have a
Is
plus
perception wisdom? Or is
Percep-
perception?
I think perception is wisdom,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's wisdom. I have expertise.
Isn't there a thing for passive perception on the sheet?
Mine's 12.
I think there is a thing for passive perception. Let's just say Grisham sees it. As you're being escorted back out of the citadel, you notice that Grisham, as you are being escorted past the throne, you notice that sitting next to the throne is sort of like a small side table that has like a couple of different things on it. In there, you see what appears to be a rolled up map. So you make like a mental note that you saw that there. And then the lot of you are escorted out of the citadel. Zorvarax the Forgotten sort of like rubs his mouth as he like wipes blood away, and one of the elves goes to make sure that he's okay. And he says, "Put them in the frozen cells." As you are escorted out, you're walked through the city. Let me change it back to this right here. You are walked through the city, and all of the neighboring all of the neighboring elves are out there watching you as a lot of you are escorted, now covered in blood, with like a bunch of other elves that are equally covered in blood and or charred from numerous fireball attacks. And they're all sort of looking at you, and whereas before they were looking at you with sort of like confusion, now they're looking at you in like disdain. They feel as if you are enemies, except for Venator, who is not bound and walking on his own accord. They bring you down towards the bottom of the city and into these underground sort of chamber areas. There's like these large I call them cells, but imagine like a 12 by 12 room that's just like a giant hole carved into the wall. That's like underground underneath this city. They place you inside of that, and then when they do that, there's like a guard who like pulls this lever, and water comes from holes that are at the top of the cell. And as the water comes out and touches the ground, it freezes into like these big, I'm thinking like a 5-inch in diameter, like solid icicle. So you are in these solid icicle cells underground. All of you are there for quite some time. So like your wounds begin to like close up, and you are now left, you know, at your own accord to sort of talk amongst yourselves if you would like.
Is everyone in the same cell, or is everybody in different cells?
Everyone is in the same cell,
Myself included?
yourself included.
So we're still all bound except for Venator, right?
They take your binds off and put you into the cell. So now you are inside the cell, unbound, surrounded by these like solid icicles.
And is there anybody else keeping watch over us, or are we by ourselves?
There is one guard.
Was he one of the party members that was at the fight, or is he somebody else?
He is somebody else.
Okay.
I'll try to address the one guy, and just ask him. I mean, he probably won't even respond, but I'll just ask the guard to say, like, "You there? How do you follow a man who seeks all of our destruction? How is it possible?"
The guard looks in your direction, and sort of, and no, I'm not gonna say he doesn't even address you. He just spits at you. How close are you to the bars whenever he does that?
I mean, I'm not like up against the bars, but I'm like, I'm like a foot away or so.
Okay. He spits at you. It doesn't touch you, but it lands at your feet and freezes when it touches the ground.
I approach the bars, and I look to the man and I say, "Brother, what is your name?"
He looks to you. He looks back at the group that you're with, and is a bit hesitant, and he says, "Eldrin."
Eldrin, I'm Venator. I wonder about your town. I've never been here before, but I've heard about it throughout the land, as you can imagine. And I think to myself, we are a very proud people. We come from an ancient, distant lineage, and we seek to hold on to that blood which is dying off on us. How is it that a dragonborn came upon this kingdom?
He looks to you and he asks, "Venator, where are you from?"
I am from the woods to the west area. We don't have a name for anything yet.
I don't know. So we'll just say you say I'm from insert Venator's hometown here.
Well, I'm not going to say my actual place for reasons. So I'm just going to name like some wood elf territory that people know of.
Okay. He says, "Then you must understand. Things are different here. The men who lead," and he says men like in quotations, like the individuals who lead are those that can endure the most. And any man, elf or dragonborn, that can survive that winter for 3 months deserves to lead.
Who was leader before this dragonborn was discovered?
He says there was a small scouting party which never returned, led by the late, and he sort of looks down as he says it to show that he's like, sort of sad. The late, I don't want to name this guy. I'm gonna go to my big list of names.
Let's go down to the M section.
Let's
go
get
right to
away
the
from
M's.
the M section. Fuck, I don't have a good name for this guy at all.
His name is Mike.
Ballsack.
What's the name of this gin I'm drinking?
His name is Ballsack.
His name is not Ballsack.
No, it's Ballsack.
It's
Yeah,
Balseka.
Hold
Tony
on.
Balseka.
Sodican Maglite.
It's with that apostrophe too. It's like ball, BALS apostrophe.
Just let the chat name him, and
It's
then
it's
oh wait.
G in
yeah,
juice.
we'll let the chat name him. What should the name of the old, the old?
You're putting too
dead.
much power. You're putting too much power in the wrong hands.
I'm gonna go with the chat, and I'm gonna pick the best name that comes out of the chat.
You should just call him GN Juice. GN Juice.
Gin and juice. Let the chat name him, because right now the chat is, well, they're like behind.
Yeah,
They
it's
are.
called now.
We'll see if anybody comes up with anything good. Right now, I just see da fuck.
Shadow, what's the race of your character?
Human?
Oh, human. Okay. Well, I don't know why I thought you were a different race.
She's a different ethnicity.
Oh, okay, that's what I.
Captain Spartacus.
Deckard
Doreso.
Cain.
That sounds good. Faldir. Faldir sounds good too. Mocoin the Iceborn. That sounds pretty cool.
Except
And
it's
it's
an
an
M.
M name.
Oh, it
It's
is an
the
M
whole-
name. Oh my
yeah.
god, I name everything with M's. That sounds like a really cool name though.
Add it to your M collection.
Macomb the
Yeah.
Iceborn. That sounds fucking sick. Let's add them together. Let's do Dureso the Iceborn. That sounds badass.
It's
Be
badass.
afraid of the M names.
The
Yeah.
Iceborn and the Ice Dead.
Yeah. The Iceborn and unfortunately the Ice Dead. He looks
So
to you
you're
and
saying-
he looks to you and he says, "What are you getting at, Venator?"
Oh, so you're saying so? This party went out, including this Dureso Iceborn, and
And they did not return.
they did not return. And instead, a Dragonborn walks
The
in.
environment had taken its toll.
Okay.
How long have you been out in that winter? I ask you.
Ooh. Let's see. We traversed up from the middle south. Took us about 1 week to get into the frozen lands, and then from there took us about another week of trudging through the snowlands before we got into this area, and then it was another 2 days of trekking before we discovered a cave, and another day before we were discovered, and then 2 days after that, your party found us, and we wound up here.
You have
So-
barely tasted what it is that this world can give you, that this world can take away from you. We call this home, and we stay here because it is home. But this environment will tear you apart. And those that
And-
can survive, and those that can endure, are those that are fit to lead.
And the Dragonborn, how has he been as a leader?
Zorvarax has been welcoming. He has been... He gives you a inquisitive look and he says, "What are you getting at?"
Well, I just find him to be an interesting person to sit the throne of such a proud elven nation.
He nods and says, "Yes, I can see that. Some of our people would feel that way as well."
Your people, they seem confused, almost desperate. You know, people looking for answers, people that have known hard times and have got over them, but seem to be down on the harshest moments of their life, and are seeking answers from anyone who will give it to them.
It is difficult. The world has changed.
Indeed.
I have
What has
lived.
changed?
He says, "I have lived 115 winters, and never before have I seen anything so harsh."
I have lived 91 summers in the Southern Realm, and I have never seen anything quite like this.
I envy you, Venator.
Why is that?
Because your blood, although pure, was not cursed with this place. He looks at the rest of like your party and says, and tell me, brother, why do you choose to follow these lesser individuals?
We all seek out answers. We have come up here for answers to questions left upon us in the southern realm.
And what are the answers that you seek?
A war has started down there.
He gives you like a sly smile. The people of Moral Themor care not for the wars of Oberon. Your kings and queens and lords and ladies can tear themselves apart for all we care. It matters little to the frozen north.
Understandably so. But you had said something about a curse. What is it that binds you to these lands?
Family is a curse, Venator. He says with a smile. He says, this is our home. It has been our home and will always will be our home.
So why is it that a family cursed to these lands, as you say, bound by blood, so willing to let an outsider from the Emerald Mountains to sit upon such a distinguished throne?
It is difficult. It is hard to say. Elves are dying, Venator. We have seen. He looks at Vincent as he says this. We have seen things in our lifetime that we never thought we would. And in that time of need, we are forced to turn to those that are strong enough to lead. I fear that my great-great-grandfather would still be here today. But something in this world changes. Something in this world shifts. And I don't know what it is that we can do.
What if I told you that the Dragonborn that sits on the throne doesn't have our people's best interest in mind?
What would you mean by that?
Our party here, I told you, came up here seeking something. We came looking for a strange beast, one of the oddities that we have seen crop up around the world. Those strange things that you and I know were not once here, as our great ancestors were once here. And that creature, the Dragonborn upon the throne, knows something, has some information about that beast, and that beast is up here.
He looks to you and shakes your head, and he says, "No. No, I don't believe you." And he looks at the group of people that you're with as well and says, "And these people, they've swayed you away. You choose to live with them. And because of that, you are just as unworthy as they are." As he turns to leave, like walk away from the bars, you hear that sort of like howl of the wind that you heard before. And the snows start to pick back up again, and the storm begins to come back in. And you can hear people out inside the city, like barring up their doors, and everyone getting inside. The elf closes the door as the wind is sort of howling in, and like slams it shut and locks it. as like snow is sort of like creeping in from underneath the door frame.
He is still in here with us, or he's on the other side now?
He is still in here with you.
I look at him, and I say, "You hear that? Not just the howling of the wind. Something out there is killing us. You and I know we're both young. We would not be here if it wasn't for our great ancestors all dying off.
As you
This
say,
one, I look at I point over to the half-elf Grisham, and I say, these roam this earth because of our desperation to cling to just something, to cling to anything, trying to find life. I've been out there. I've seen many things. I've tried to purge this evil from us.
as you say,
You shouldn't point your traitorous fingers at me, Venator. Not while I'm already just an inch away from choking the life out of you for your wonderful betrayal in the throne room.
I turn around and I hit Grisham.
all right, go ahead and make an attack against Grisham.
Would it just be strength?
I guess, like, yeah, it's an unarmed attack. Is that a crit?
No, it's a unnatural 20.
Well, that's gonna hit Grisham.
That's a hit.
That does what?
Oh,
You do
uncanny dodge
1d4.
it.
You do 1d4 versus 1d4 points of damage.
Is that what it is?
Oh, is it 1 damage because you're unarmed? So you do 1 point of damage to Grisham. According to oh my fucking god, Dante.
Great name.
So you do 1 point of damage to him plus whatever your strength modifier is.
That's 0.
Okay. Grisham, do you respond?
Well, he didn't hurt me. I uncanny dodged it, so I assume that would round down to 0.
I'm gonna spit at him. I'm gonna spit that way.
Or would it just stay? Well, 1 damage is fine. Either
Okay.
way, I don't care.
Okay, you do 1
Oh.
Are you gonna respond?
Me or Grisham?
Grisham.
Mm,
On an unarmed
no,
strike,
I'm not gonna swing back at him.
You're not gonna
you deal
swing back at him.
bludgeoning damage equal to 1 plus your strength modifier. Just FYI.
Yeah, I'm
Does-
not gonna swing back at him.
Does anyone do anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna spit towards that direction. I guess I'm not as close as he is. But
Are you
yeah.
spitting? Who are you spitting at?
Venator?
Okay.
Yeah. That's all I'm
Um,
gonna do. Just spit.
he the guard on the other side of the bar sort of laughs and says it appears you've lost control of your party, elf. 'Tis a shame.
I've never had control of this party, just the same as you have never had control of this land, as you allow some dragonborn to control you.
He looks outside and like gestures. He says nothing out there is going to kill me. As he says that, so he gestures out the window and says nothing out there is going to kill me. And as he says that, a voice from the shadows arises and says, "No, but something in here will." A man dressed in like all. I imagine it's dressed like the character from. You guys see the Lord of the Rings, where or not the Lord of the Rings, the new Star Wars movie. When in the very beginning she's got the goggles and her whole face is like wrapped up and shit, and like claws and stuff. So you can't see the face at all. Comes out from the shadows with a dagger. Dragon14, thanks so much for giving us a follow, man. Comes out from the shadows with a dagger and immediately slits the guard's throat. The guard falls to the ground lifeless, his blood pooling out onto the ground and freezing as it goes out. The person, the individual, looks through the bars and says, "Which one of you is Grisham Rowe?"
Who's asking?
He takes who's asking as you acknowledging that you are Grisham. and
Yeah,
flicks
that's kind of the
you.
point.
He flicks you a ring. When you catch the ring, you notice that it. Oh, what's up, Sticks Drink? Thanks so much for giving us a follow, man. When
I
you
don't want the
catch.
stupid ring back. No, I don't catch it. Can't make me.
Do you catch the ring?
Yeah, I'll catch the ring.
Okay. When you catch the ring, you notice it's not a ring. It's not the ring that you think it is.
Okay.
It is, however, recognizable. When you open your hand and look at it, you recognize it as Handsome Ned's Ring of Transposition. Or, as Handsome Ned calls it, the old switcheroo. What's up? Oh my fucking god, Dante! Thanks so much for the follow, dog. You recognize it as the old switcheroo. The way that the old switcheroo works is when you have the ring on, it comes with a paired ring, and the paired ring goes on anybody else's hand. If that person has it on their hand, you can switch places with that person, like a blink. So basically, you could grab a hold of your party and switch places with this person outside of the bars. He looks at you and he says, "Put it on, Grisham."
Who are you?
He holds up his hand, and his hand only has 4 fingers on it, and he says, "That's not your concern. Handsome Ned sends his regards, and he doesn't want you to rot in this jail."
What about you?
Don't worry about me.
All right, I'll do it. I'll grab a hold of everybody. Everybody grab a hold of me.
Hold hands.
Yay.
Except for you, Venator. You can stay here if you want. Everybody gonna grab a hold of me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I grab you.
At last second, I reluctantly
All
grab
right,
hold.
I'll put the ring on.
Alright, so you put the ring on, you will the ring, and you do the old switcheroo. So your whole party switches to the other side of the gate, and he switches to be inside of the gate. He takes the ring off when he's through the bars and flicks it back through the bars. And he says, "Oh, what's up, Multiclash? Thanks so much for giving us a follow, man. Appreciate it." He flicks the ring back through the bars. And he says, "Don't go dying now. You'll get further instructions. Soon. Real soon." And then, immediately after saying that, he turns into sort of the same mist that you've recognized before. You never saw anything of this person, so you have no idea who it is.
So he turned into mist like Wallace did?
He turned into mist similar to like Wallace did. And he goes through the bars and back underneath the door and is gone. So now the winds and the storm is ravaging the outside. And you are outside of the cell, free immoral Themor in the dungeons with a dead guard. What do you do?
So my first question is,
Oh, I forgot
What
to say
happens if
this. After he flicked you the ring, he dropped a bag on the ground, and when the bag falls on the ground and opens up, all your weapons are inside there.
Cha-ching.
all right. My first question is, what happens if I put both rings on at the same time? Does the universe explode?
You cannot use the old switcheroo on yourself. And you can only use the old switcheroo 1 time per day. It's a magical item that I made up.
All right.
Thanks to a
Alright.
friend.
Well, I'm gonna grab my gear, and then I'm gonna look at the party.
Jesus.
What do you
Yeah,
guys
I'm
want
gonna
to
grab my
do?
stuff. Grab my stuff.
Should we just leave?
I think we have some business to finish first. I'm pissed, man.
I'm still at like 9 hit points, so
I thought he said our wounds healed. Like, he
I
was
mean,
like,
they
our
healed,
wounds
like you're no
healed?
longer bleeding out, but you haven't taken like a long rest yet.
No. Damn.
But it is storming
when
outside.
When I pick up my weapon, I just look at Grisham, and as I'm kind of fastening it to my belt, I'm just kind of looking at him, and I'm guessing those are the unsavory folks that you've been dealing with.
He didn't seem unsavory, did he? He just rescued us. Didn't jump so quickly to conclusions, Cantherion.
I'll just shrug.
You've got your team. Maybe I've got a team too.
And I just
Depends
nod.
what day of the week it is, I guess.
I nod in response, and then just head towards the door and unlatch it and see if we can actually like get out through this storm.
As you open the door, you can hear the howl of the wind and the onslaught of snow and the freezing cold, and you realize it's gonna be rough if you go out there. It looks tough.
But
Yeah, I guess
we
we'll
don't
just-
see anybody in the town, right? Everybody's kind of like
Everyone
holed up, right? So
is
nobody
like
else-
locked inside their houses right now.
You always try to
Like
make
kind
it
of
to a
glancing
house
around,
and hide.
like partly from the cover of that door, like the entryway, but like trying to see out. Can I see like what's like the nearest structure?
I would say that it's really hard to see past like 15 feet ahead of you. So you can
So
see
we
like
can't-
the dark shadows of like houses and stuff.
Rob, I'm gonna check the body of this guard. Does he have like keys or weapons or anything on him that would be?
He doesn't have keys. Because there's no way to lock or unlock the there's like a lock from the inside of the
Well, I meant to like the citadel or something like
of the dungeon area. Oh, it's like the citadel. Yes. Yeah, sure. If it had a lock, I would imagine he would have a key to it. So yeah.
Okay.
I was imagining that it wouldn't be locked, but yeah, he has a key. If it has the capacity to lock.
So he has a key. We just don't know what it's to.
He has the key. You would imagine it's to the citadel.
Alright. Well, I'll close if I can. Just close that door back again and just fasten it and just say it looks pretty difficult to traverse right now. I don't think we'd get too far.
Perhaps we should just try to get to another location that they wouldn't expect us to be in, nearest residence or something. We can possibly pull up in there or something.
Yeah, it won't take long
I'll-
before they come looking for him. I
I'll
would
throw it
assume.
open.
And plus, of course, they are going to assume that we killed this guard, so that will be on our heads as well.
I think we're in
Should we hide
the
the guard?
I think we're in the safest place right now. I mean, it locks from the inside. There's a massive blizzard going on. Nobody's going outside. I'd say we could take a rest here and figure out a better plan.
I'm gonna throw open the door and then summon Strider, my last spell for the day, and have him basically scout as far as he can into the storm to try to get us find an unoccupied dwelling, just basically search for shelter is his mission.
Strider goes out and he finds numerous different houses. Some houses that are occupied. Well, every housing structure is occupied, but not all of them are occupied by well-armed forces. In fact, there are some houses that only have a mom and a child.
But they're all somehow occupied, right?
But they are all somehow occupied. Technically, you could make an unoccupied house.
I was gonna say.
Oh, I don't like that. Well, I report Strider's findings to the group. Say we can try to get to one of those dwellings so that I feel like if we took a rest here, we'd awaken to more guards and perhaps just be put back in the cell we escaped from. But if we at least got to one of these dwellings, they may not immediately find us. We may at least have some sort of a warning, perhaps an alarm bell of some sort. I don't know what kind of defenses or security this town has.
The first thing they're going to do is check all the houses. We couldn't have gone far.
How
We
far?
could stay here and rest until we see the storm starting to let up, and then as soon as we see that, then we head out.
Yeah, I agree.
So, can Strider try to find whereabouts the way into town is through this storm?
Well, you're right in the center of the town, if not
Or the way-
just,
I'm sorry, the
just
way out of
off
town
the
is what I
center
meant.
of the town.
Okay. Yeah, I like just where the entrance to the town is. So like the most direct path to getting out of here.
There's three directions that you can go to. There's two exits to the town. There's to the left, to the right, and then to the north is the Citadel. So there's two entrances on each side of the thing. Citadel's up here, entrances over here. This all down here is wall. It's like a three-way intersection.
Yeah, and I hate to, because we still don't know where Jacob is either. They said they had captured Anna, Momo, and Jacob. We have no idea what their whereabouts are.
Yeah, but rest here and have someone look out. As soon as it lets up, let's go.
Is there anything more to this celled complex thing we're in? Is it just cells and that's it, or is there?
That's it.
other
And all the
rooms
cells
or
are open, minus the one that you were locked in. Because the way that the cells work is the water comes down and then freezes and makes the bars, and there's no way to get out from the bars. There's no way to make the ice go away, unless you're able to melt it, which is an extremely tedious process. But no, all the other cells. There's only 6 cells down here, and yours is the only one that is occupied.
I should mention, because it may be pertinent, when we were being taken out of the throne room, I did notice that there was some kind of map on a table by the throne. I don't know exactly what was on it, but it could be something that would be useful to us. Either a map for the region we're in to help us get home, or maybe he even has locations of this endless winter or whatever it was he called it.
The
marked out
never-ending
on
winter.
something. Never-ending winter.
I can have Strider keep an eye out, at least for any wandering patrols or anyone heading this way, and that would at least give us a little bit of a heads up.
Is that what you're
Basically,
gonna do?
having him. Yeah, I mean, we gotta try to rest up.
Yep, we need our spells.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah, basically just lock it from the inside and then have him keep watch for us.
Oh, what's up, Dark Rage 000? Thanks so much for the follow, dog. High or low?
For who? Who are you
Always
asking?
go low.
For
You gotta-
for
you
the
gotta get
party.
high.
Hello.
Gotta get high.
High or low?
Be like Tove Low.
I vote for low.
I vote low.
Low.
Yeah.
All right, it's low then.
You going low? Sure you want to go low?
No, but I mean, that's what we said. So
Positive, I want low.
All right. So you decide to rest inside of this cell. No one comes by. You get all of your spell slots back. You are back at full health. And the storm is getting lighter, but it has not ended. I rolled low, by the way.
I don't know what that means. I guess we'll have
Well,
Strider.
high was going to be you're not going to get through this, or
okay.
someone's not getting their spell slots back.
So you said the storm didn't let up and we're all good, right?
The storm is lighter now, so you feel like you might be able to maneuver in it. I would imagine.
Let's
we
do
won't
it.
die as quickly in it.
Yay. Yeah, I'll have again try to use Strider to help us kind of navigate the storm a little better, and I guess get us back to the Citadel. Guess we're going in
Why are we going to the Citadel?
for that map. You said you had the map.
There's a
in there.
map, and
Yeah,
someone
there's a
needs to
map,
die.
but I wasn't saying that we absolutely had to go back in. I was just putting that out there as a option. I mean,
That there's a thing.
once I've rested up and I feel a bit more hale,
I'm
I
still
mean,
listening.
I could try to sneak in there if you wanted,
Yeah.
just to grab the map and avoid detection. I mean, this
Yeah, I
is
mean,
elves, and elves are generally more perceptive than other races, but not always. There are ways.
Yeah, if you, I was gonna say we could try to use that ring somehow too, huh? I'm trying to think. What if?
Well,
What
I feel like it has any energy left right now.
Oh,
It does, because you took a long rest.
Oh, it was a long rest? Okay. Well then, yes,
it
it does feel like it's recharged fully.
with your
I
knowledge
see.
of this artifact, since you have a background with it, could you use it on a corpse,
No,
hypothetically?
no,
A corpse?
not Handsome Ned's ring of.
Like if he,
Transmutation.
yeah, like if Grisham got into the Citadel and was in trouble while in the Citadel, could he use it as an escape route back to us?
No.
Like, corpse?
So there is Grisham has heard of two like rings that are used inside of the 3-in-1. One is Handsome Ned's ring of transposition. Basically, what that does is both parties have to be willing to make the switch. So Grisham can swap with a person who is also willing to it. If they're not willing to do it, it does not make the swap. So you cannot swap with a corpse. There is another ring in the 3-1 that they don't know where it is. They don't know who has it because it's some shady ass shit. But it's the same thing, only the person doesn't have to be willing to do it. But they have to have
They
it
have
on.
to be willing to put a ring on.
They have to have the ring on, but you can force them to do it.
So what if we animate a corpse and then command it to be willing? Just kidding.
It can be done.
Obey.
Obey the ring.
Grisham, the map you described does sound like something of importance, and it sounds again like the only clue we would have to this never-ending winter.
I just found
again,
it strange for it to be like right next to the throne room, like it's something important.
I just also fear that Jacob and Anna are in trouble wherever they're at as well.
Okay. What about if we did 2 parties? 2 go and just look at the Citadel, just see what we have to work with, right? And the other 2 go look for clues for the others. I think that should work out well.
Do we have no clue where Alabren would be right now, right? Like there's no, we would have no clue.
No, you had no idea.
He's like
where
the
he would
only
be.
person who would like sort of listen to us, I feel like.
As far as splitting the party goes, I feel like I would probably be able to infiltrate better on my own if there is a chance to it. And if there isn't, then I can just run like hell.
or end
Yeah,
up back in the cell.
I agree.
Well, I won't continue with any type of infiltration if I think that it's not possible.
It's entirely up to you guys.
I feel okay. So, again, my only concern is Jacob and Anna, just not knowing where they're at. So I'd want to, while Grisham's attempting to at least try to obtain this map, see if it's possible to get it. We could try to scout around the city, maybe see if we can find a guard, a patrol, something that we could get that information out of, or I don't know, like, so knowing what our cells look like what our hatch, like our door looked like, we could try to look for a similar structure and hope that that's where they would be contained.
And just to be safe, one person could take one half of the ring and always be willing. So in case Grisham needs to tell us something very important, we could just swap places, then meet up there.
But you can't swap back then.
Yeah, you can't.
Well, that's
swap
fine. They
back
could just
and whatever
wait,
it's
I
supposed to
guess. You could be in like a
Wait a
safe
day.
spot. Yeah. Just an idea. Instead of like running around trying to find each other, it'd be a lot easier if we just swap one time, then met
Well,
up.
I think the person who would best have a chance at that would be Venator, to be by himself amongst other elves. He might be able to blend in. Hide. Or at least not be instantly deemed an enemy.
They said that those who can survive in the winter are fit to be in positions of power. What if they never captured Jacob and Anna? I mean, I don't imagine this place would have this many cells.
So
well, they
when
said that they were escorted ahead of us.
Yeah,
They never said
that's,
anything about
that's what
capture.
Alvin said when we were captured, because we asked if he had seen. I think Vincent asked if he had seen them. Someone asked. I don't remember who.
It wasn't me. I don't know.
But yeah, and he had said, "Oh yeah, they're being escorted to Moral Themor right now, like while we were in the tent." So I feel like they're here.
Well, no, I'm saying they're here, but I just don't think that they're captured.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, he doesn't think that they would have full-heartedly attempted to attack.
Okay, so Rob, a werebear is not easy to hide. I understand there's a storm, but like, can we try to find the werebear? I feel like we can find the bear. We can save the world. We could start
Yeah.
saving here. Save
Yeah.
the world. We found the bear.
I really don't want to look for the bear.
Well, that's
You-
what we
you
split.
care about
You're on
Momo?
your own mission. You're good.
I like the bear.
Well, I just put the. I can try to sneak in there as an option. I'm not saying that I really care if we do one way or the other. We can go home right now, and I'll get paid. So, I honestly, whatever you guys want to do.
Well,
I
if
like
we
the
did
splitting.
leave, I feel like our destination needs to be the Emerald Mountains, because I feel like we need to get somewhere relatively quickly. I don't think we'll be able to get all the way south. And
The Emerald Mountains are just as far to the west as we would be going south.
I think back to the book, and I'm like, oh yeah, he's right. I don't know. But
Oh Lord!
so-
Either way, we need a map of some kind, don't we? Maybe we could just visit a. Do they have stores around here? Maybe somebody just have. I mean, I imagine everybody in this town who travels around, they're hunters and everything. There's got to be more maps than just the one in the throne room laying around.
So the other
We could
reason to go to
search
the Emerald Mountains is because that's a potential ally against these guys. So like if we go to the Emerald Mountains and explain like where we just came from, like we could rally an army to our cause.
It started
The
another
map
war.
could show.
This
Wait,
will
what
this
army
will
are
be
you
the
trying to get
second
in
war
the
that
Emerald
you've
Mountains?
started in Oberon.
Yeah, and explain to them that the exile captured us, attacked us, And
Who's in the
what
Emerald
his-
Mountains that you
well,
think
what
we're
his
going to
ultimate
recruit?
plan is? His ultimate plan is to destroy the entire shelf, the entire northern expanse, and that would include the Emerald Mountains.
Well,
What
his
So, I mean,
goal
peoples
is
they're
are
already-
living? What peoples are living in the Emerald Mountains that you know of that we would be able to recruit? Like,
The
I'm not
caravan
familiar with the
that-
Emerald Mountains.
The caravan that escorted us up here went over to the Emerald Mountains.
Okay, so there's a settlement there.
That's like a huge dragonborn stronghold.
Oh, see, well, I haven't been to the Emerald Mountains. I'm unaware of this,
Oh, yes.
and I've not read the Book of Mountains, so I don't.
Yeah,
know.
How to Mountain, and I would gladly lend you the copy when we get back to Mauritium.
I forgot. Cantharian's a scholar now.
I do have a first edition.
Yeah,
But
you're-
yeah, and whether they know it or not, the Emerald Mountains are at war. They just they don't know what the threat is. They don't. I don't. Maybe they are part of the abductions as well. And Jacob did mention that one of his next destinations would be in that direction if we didn't head towards the most northern city,
Winter's home.
Winter's Home. But yeah, he mentioned that we could go to Winter's Home or we could go to the Emerald Mountains. And I feel like at this point we need to at least warn the Emerald Mountains. Winter's Home is a pipe dream that may just be another hostile territory, but the Emerald Mountains they need to know. These people need to know that they're under attack.
We got lost just getting up here. What makes you think that we can travel through a blizzard across a mountain range
I was just
You
saying,
need
with
some kind
no-
of guide.
with no guide, no rations?
which leads me to my original point that we need to try to find this werebear.
We don't need the.
As a
damn
very roundabout way to get what you want. I wish you would save us all the trouble and the time and just express yourself.
I mean, Momo and the bear could be back at her little house by now. I mean, there might not be any searching needed, but do you know how to get back to her house? Because I don't.
I imagine. I mean, we weren't.
I'm gonna go.
blindfolded.
I'm gonna go out of character here and say I'm pretty sure none of you know how to get back to our house.
Yeah.
We were
Follow our
blindfolded, though,
footprints in the snow.
After the blizzard.
Well, staying here is gonna get us caught.
Now, if I had my damn wagon,
with the wagon again. This guy. All right, so I think we should at least try to find Jacob and Anna. I feel like Anna would be probably our best shot at someone who's friendly and knows the region. If you guys think that any of the locals will be sympathetic to our cause, maybe that's something that Venator could look into. He seems to be someone they respond to. But the only friendly person I know of anywhere in the vicinity is Anna, who would be able to help us, and perhaps Jacob. I'm not sure how far he's traveled around these lands.
well, I mean, Venator is an elf, so he could probably try to walk freely around town, but I'm not going to put my personal faith in Venator. That would be up to the party.
Well, I think I'm more asking Venator if that's what he wants to try to do, try to find someone who's sympathetic, or do you know, do we three-way split the party? Do we have Grisham try to see if there are any leads in the Citadel, while Venator tries to find a friendly elf in the city, while the rest of us attempt to find Anna and or Jacob?
And then meet back.
At the Citadel.
That's the Citadel.
By the gates.
I will be standing over the dead body of Zarbarax the Forgotten, and he will be forgotten.
Yeah, remember how scared he was of that weapon that was chasing him? Just saying, like, he's a bit of a bitch. But yeah, I think that the map is a good idea. And then I think finding them is a good idea. Other than that, we can get out of here. Like, accomplish those two things and then get out.
Yeah, I nod over at Venator. What do you think?
I don't think anybody in this town is going to listen to anything that we have to say. So I think we need to move quickly. And I think our best lead, sadly, is that map in the Citadel.
For once, I'm actually in agreement with Venator.
Oh, buddy.
Let's do it.
All right. So, Grisham, you think you'll be better served if you attempt to infiltrate alone, though?
I don't know. Have any of you had any experience whatsoever with stealth? Like, can any of you actually try to sneak and not fail at it?
I can blink.
Don't ask Cantharian that. He thinks he's...
You guys didn't
Stealth.
find me. I was out there for like an hour. I don't think you guys even saw me, first of all. So I'm
Yeah, I should
You
probably
very
go
good
myself.
at it.
You were
However,
ridiculous.
ridiculous. Thank you, Shadow. Thank you.
Have you?
I'm
have
now
you read
I'm
the
now
book
remembering
How to
the
Stealth?
scene in Doncaster where you were at the window and you were like, "Hey."
However, I think that yeah, we should definitely pool our resources, split our resources at this point, and try to find. Because again, I think even if we can find that map, who knows how it's drawn or how detailed it is. I doubt it'll have like here's the topography of the land, or it'll have kind of a general direction for us. Maybe we're not sure. So I think we should try to pursue both avenues.
Yep.
So, Venator, do you have abilities as far as either tracking or being stealthy?
Yes.
One or both of them?
Yes.
He's been such a help
Venator's
so
gonna
far.
figure out what he's going to do. I say Grisham investigates the tower, and the rest of us attempt to find Anna, Jacob, and Momo.
Well, I assume Venator is going to do whatever Venator feels like doing, like he does in every situation. So why does asking his opinion matter?
Look who's calling the kettle black.
I
At
think
least I'm
that
attempting to do something to help the party. You selfish prick.
Yeah, so taking on 10 guards and a dragonborn unarmed is real smart of you. I love your ideas.
I
Isn't it
think
I'm not the one who
guards?
started that. I was simply trying to help the party.
Your idea of help is going to get us killed.
Yeah, the frying pan was kind of not very helpful. Just
I think
saying.
that Grisham has proven he has the ability to be unseen when necessary. And I think Venator has a particular set of skills that he has not yet revealed to us. So I know that both of you will use those abilities to the betterment of all. And I trust in Venator to pick whichever path is most suited to his skills, and the rest of us will take the paths that we know we're better suited to as well.
Yeah, send them two together. There we go.
So if I understand this correctly, Grisham and Venator are going to go to the Citadel, and Cantharion, Vincent, and Shadow are going to try and find Momo, Anna, and Jacob, the Heart of Tyr.
I'm not sure what Venator is doing, but the rest of that is accurate.
Yeah.
Vincent, you're
Well,
gonna
we're
go
gonna
with
meet
them.
up
You're
when
not
we're
gonna go.
done.
You're not gonna go to the Citadel, though.
Yeah, I don't think I should go to the Citadel. I want to. I don't think I should though. But
I don't think you should
Like-
either, personally.
yeah.
And then Grisham, I'll take the other ring if you would like, and that way if you get into a bind, at least you'll be back and safe, and you can alert the party as to what's going on.
Yeah.
So you're gonna take the old switcheroo. Ned's,
Yeah, it's like a
handsome
safe,
Ned's ring
right?
of transportation.
I feel that this whole mission, and I just kind of look at everyone, and this whole mission is to help the Church of Redemption. It's to further my cause, and your reasons for being here at this point are your own, but ultimately this is my mission to fail or succeed. And I feel that if anyone is to be captured or is to ultimately fail, it needs to fall on me. So this way, the four of you who, again, have your own causes, and I appreciate each and every one of you contributing and going along on this journey for as long as you have. This isn't your failure. If we do fail, it's on me.
Well, it would still be up to me whether or not I was willing to sacrifice you for my own escape, Cantharian. Don't forget that.
It's not about sacrifice, but it's, again, leader or not, it's my job to take responsibility for it. I don't, we don't have I know we don't have a ton of, of time with each other, but I think the time that we spent has been a positive thing, and I think when it comes down to it, we know that's how it has to go.
Well,
You sound like you're
I'll
about
give
to
you one of the
die.
rings.
You sound like you're going on a
Yeah, it's like
suicide
a.
mission.
Just
sounds
in
like goodbye.
This is like the last mission in Mass Effect, Mass Effect 2 or whatever.
I'm just
Write
saying,
out my
should
Death
the
will.
worst
flag.
occur-
Last testament.
Whoa, spoilers, bro.
Yeah.
Jeez.
should the worst occur, I should be the one to take the blame. That's all.
Yeah, well, we'll
Do
see.
not
But
expect you to
just,
fail.
It's very noble
Just,
of the might of Tyr.
just take this ring, and we'll see how it goes. But I probably will not use it.
I trust in
Something
you, Grisham.
comes up that
I know
unless
you'll-
something comes up where I think you could handle it better than me, but I would not throw you to be abandoned. I doubt if I would get paid if I did that.
It's a good way of communication.
So
Right.
I'll toss him one of the rings. You wear yours, and then I will keep mine on hand. And if I need to switch, I can use it.
Sounds good.
So Cantharion, the might of Tyr, is now bound with Handsome Ned's ring of transportation with Grisham Rowe. And Grisham and Venator are going to go to the Citadel to try and figure out the stuff with the map, while everyone else goes to find Momo and Anna.
If you were a good DM, you'd have some Mission Impossible music going on right now.
Oh, I could get Mission Impossible music going on right now if I wanted to. Yeah.
But he doesn't want to. No.
Mission Impossible. Is this the Mission Impossible music? Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Where is this? How do I get this to play so everyone can hear it?
Pretty sure they
Oh,
can
you
hear all
didn't
that.
have it playing in there.
Where did this go? Oh, here we go.
Okay, now I just pictured Cantharian sneaking again.
I'm
having camp flashbacks.
So
Okay, what we gotta do is we gotta climb to the top of the citadel, and I'm gonna rappel down through the chimney, right over the table. And Venator's gonna have to hold me there.
it's just Venator
Laser-
like,
because of the
you slip and you fall out of his hands, and then he holds you up just right before you hit the ground
And some sweat beads up.
in the freezing cold winter of the frozen north.
Yeah.
It drops a single tear of ice.
Okay. We can stop here, or we can keep going to the next good stopping point. It's up to you guys.
Yeah. We can keep going.
I mean, I don't work tomorrow, so it's totally up to you guys.
I do work tomorrow, and I do have an audition tomorrow. But it wouldn't be bad to wrap up Moral Themor.
Yeah. The music's kind of
Our
loud
kid
too.
is reading a book, so.
Oh, the
we're good
music's
for
over now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for a little bit more. I don't see why not.
No, I refuse.
Okay.
Kidding.
Yeah, this isn't like a vote. This is like if anyone doesn't want to go, we just don't go.
All right.
But I'm-
We will start out with Venator and Grisham. Venator and Grisham, you guys went together, right?
Correct.
Yep.
You go to the Citadel. It is still. Let me get some music on in here. Not that music. That's my That's my end of the episode music. Let's get this one right here. It is still like a blizzard outside, but it's not as bad. So as you walk outside, you find yourselves bundling up, and as you walk up the steps, you're able to sort of like make your way back towards where you believe the Citadel to be. You make it back there, and you notice that the front large gate has been closed. There are like windows surrounding the main hall, but the very first gate you would have to open. I'm sorry, like the front door you would have to open in order to get into the Citadel.
Oh, that Witcher 3 soundtrack, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a gate we have to get into. Do I have the key for it from that guard?
You do have a key, yeah.
So we can hope this key works, Venator, if you want. Or we can
Worth a
try to
shot.
find another entrance.
You use the key on the door, and it does in fact unlock the front door. Do you open it?
Can I try to stealth up? Can I try to like stealth up and then sort of, reach from the side and like open it without being seen from inside?
Yeah.
As I open it?
Go ahead and make a stealth check for me. Wow, mad stealthy. You open the door just like a peek to be able to look in and look into the main hallway. You see that there are two elven guards like sitting at a table by candlelight. The main hall is not very well lit. Those appear to be the only two guards inside of that main hallway, and then the door to like the throne room that you had been in before is shut.
Womp womp.
Oh shit, we lost the call. Let me hang up
Let's
the call and
recall
call you
it.
guys back real quick.
All right.
Oh god, this is embarrassing because everything was going so well.
Oh, this again, huh?
Oh, now everyone's dark. If we can just get everybody in here, it's okay. We're building tension. We also lost Landon. He's back now.
Okay, there we go. Oh,
Yep.
got
Okay.
straight out.
Everyone's gonna be grayed out, but that's okay if we can just get the cameras on. I don't think Jillian's camera's on.
You have to hang the call up fully.
About
Oh, there
now.
we go. It's okay. We'll just do the grayed out version. That's okay.
Alright.
That's what you find inside of that room.
Hmm.
What do you do? Grisham
Grisham thinks. He thinks.
or Vincent, or I'm sorry, Venator.
Oh, sorry, you guys didn't hear me say that.
No, we didn't hear you say anything.
Yeah, I was holding my push talk button down and forgot that I didn't mute myself first. Okay, what I said was, Venator, do you want to keep it clean or do you want to go bloody?
I said we keep it
Kill
clean.
the guards? Alright. I'm gonna reach in my bag, Rob, and I'm going to pull out a ball bearing from this sack of ball bearings I have.
Okay.
And I am going to kind of like take it in my thumb and finger and I'm going to flick it through the hole in the doors and as far as I can, like past these two guards, try to like send it down the hallway to make noise.
Okay. What's a check that you could do for this? There's not like a bluff anymore in 5th edition, but there is like
You could do it as like a ranged attack since he's throwing something.
yeah, I guess we
There's
could do
just-
that.
Well, deception, but I guess deception would be like, because that's charisma.
Let's do
Well,
let's do
would
it-
the guards have to? Would the guards have to roll perception? Would that?
No, let's just
See if
do
they
let's do
notice.
dexterity and let's give you advantage and say that like, you know, Venator is helping you. Like give me like, you know, emotional support. It's like the two of you are breaking into a vault. You get advantage, so you get to roll 2 dice.
Oh yeah.
God, it's
Mm.
not better. Okay. Venator, can you make a stealth check for me, please? All right, that was good. Good roll. So I'm gonna say you flick the ball bearing down the hallway, but it bounces across the hallway before it gets all the way to the end. They hear the bounce and they follow the bounce to the hallway, but when they look towards when the bounce was there, they don't see anybody there. But they do follow the sound like down that hallway towards the door. So at this point, they have their backs turned to you.
All right, I'm gonna push the doors open far enough to let myself and Venator in,
Okay.
and try to quickly move inside the room while their backs are turned.
Okay. I'm gonna say that you can get there. Venator, what are you doing this time?
So they're not walking away; they're just facing away from us.
They sort of like followed the ball bearing and they turned towards it, and they might be slowly walking towards it, like with their hands on their swords.
Okay. As I get into the doorway, I'm going to shut the door behind us very gently.
Okay, so you shut the door behind you very gently.
Clang.
Grisham is like sneaking down this hallway.
Well,
Grisham
is it like a foyer or something? Like, is it a big room that narrows into a hallway with corners, or is it just one long, like walls?
I imagine it's like one long with walls.
Okay.
It's on you, Grisham.
All right, I'm gonna move up. I'm gonna look over to Venator and I'm gonna nod at the one to the left, and I'm gonna head towards the dude on the left and hope that Venator, gets it and goes to the one on the right.
Okay.
And I'm gonna quietly pull my dagger out, and I'm gonna prepare the pommel of my dagger. I'm gonna try to hit this dude right in the back of the head to knock him out.
Okay. Venator, what are you gonna do?
I see the motion, and I begin to follow Grisham, and then I get up, like right next to him, like shoulder to shoulder, and then, what do I have? As I'm walking, I kind of
You have all your weapons back, by the way.
Yeah, I'm just looking to
Vulcan
see.
pinch.
Vulcan pinched, yeah. I do have a crowbar. You want to borrow my crowbar?
He also has a frying pan.
Does he have his frying pan? Does he get that back?
I probably lost it.
I'm going to unsheath my sword, and then do the same kind of thing, just kind of like pommel down.
Okay. It's like a surprise attack, so they don't see it coming. I'm gonna say you get an attack with advantage on an opponent who is not defending themselves.
Where is my weapon?
Oh, 24 is definitely gonna hit.
I just did it as normal piercing damage. I don't know if you want to convert.
No,
that
it
or
doesn't matter.
Whatever.
And
23 is also going to hit. All right. Grisham, you sneak up with your dagger. You slam this guy in the back of the head and knock him unconscious. Almost simultaneously, Venator is able to do the same to the second guy, and both men are knocked unconscious. As they are knocked unconscious and fall to the ground, you hear that there might be somebody coming in through the front door, directly behind you. We're gonna flash over to Chris, or to Cantharion, Vincent, and Shadow now. Cantharion, Vincent, and Shadow, you leave the dungeon that you were inside, and find that there was one to the left and to the right of the little area that you were in before. Which one do you go to?
As far as we know, they're both just as likely. I mean,
Correct.
we don't really have a lay of the land or anything.
Always right.
Always right.
Yeah, that's me.
So, yeah, I mean, we'll just pick a direction and go. And again, kind of having Strider, like, help us. Because the storm is still kind of going. Like, it's abated a little bit, but it's still heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically just having Strider kind of lead the way. Like a almost just out of eyesight. So he's, like, probably, like, 20 or 30 feet ahead of us. Like, just being a scout for us.
Okay. You pick the right side, which actually is the correct side. Right is always right. When you go down into that dungeon, you find that there are 2 cells inside there that have the frozen bars over them. One of those cells contains Jacob the Heart of Tyr and Anna. The other cell is strictly left for Momo, the giant, like, 20-foot tall bear. However, they are frozen in those cells, and you have no idea how to get them out.
So when we were placed in the cells originally, it was just like we were put in and they just like reclosed. We didn't see them use a mechanism or anything.
Well, they pull this lever, and the lever is what causes the unfrozen water to come out of the holes at the top, and then it freezes by the time it hits the ground, which is what creates the actual cell.
Are there any other like levers or mechanisms that we can see in there?
Not that you can see. It's almost as if these cells were designed with no intention of the person inside ever getting out.
We have fire.
I mean, they're like 5 inches thick though.
It's fire.
Can you it's fire. Oh, okay. Go ahead. No, Vincent, can you do like a concentrated blast of fire of some sort, like almost like a focused torch? Can you focus a torch's energy somehow?
I don't see why not.
Cantharian, do you have this the player's handbook ready? Andy?
Yeah.
Can you look up continual flame for me?
We're both just gonna like combine powers and try to melt these.
Yeah.
You're just gonna Captain Planet these bars.
Right.
Hell yeah.
A flame equivalent in brightness to a torch springs forth from an object that you touch. It looks like a regular flame, but it creates no heat and doesn't use
Okay,
oxygen.
no. Alright, that wouldn't work.
Dang. Alright, fire it is.
Because the only other thing I have is the Sacred Flame, and that just does that radiant damage every whatever.
What are you gonna do?
Alright, how are you gonna... So I just like wait for Vincent to do something really cool.
Just gonna try to controlled small fire in front of me. On the bars. On one bar. Or however it's laid out.
Okay.
The smallest amount to get them out, I should say.
Okay. Are you just using like a normal cantrip?
Yeah, just like fire blast or something, or...
Okay.
Yeah.
So you cast like a firebolt on the on the one bar that's directly in front of you, it does appear to have some effect on the the bar, but it only shrinks in by like centimeters.
Well, that sucks.
So we're just like waiting for Vincent. And he's just like,
I could do this all day, but it'll take forever. I can do that while you guys are like doing your thing, looking for some other answer.
Can Momo try to break the bars?
Are you asking Anna?
Yeah.
Anna looks to you and said and gives you like a I don't know, and then like she yells out. She goes, Momo, attack! And then Momo, like this giant bear, is like, "Bruh," and it like slams its shoulder into the bars, and the bars like shake, and you can feel like the whole of the structure shake, but the bars don't appear to be like affected by it.
if I like just touch. So I'm imagining it's just like cylindrical columns that are, like you said, like 5 inches in diameter, and there's like I don't know, like 7 of them or whatever. Is there like a surface next to them of some sort, or is it literally just these columns of water?
It's these columns of water.
I mean, like frozen water.
Columns of frozen water, yeah.
I'm just gonna continually cast over and over and over again while I figure
So
it
while
out.
everyone's doing this, you're just like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I want
What
to
are
try
the
to
walls
like,
made out of?
right. I want to try to like the same bar that Vincent's working on. I want to try to like essentially like wedge my sword into to try to put like a little bit of extra leverage onto it,
okay.
like to maybe like help weaken it a little bit.
Okay, go ahead and make a strength check for me, please. 9. So Vincent is just throwing like spell after spell at this bar, and it doesn't appear to be like causing a whole lot of trauma to it. You like create like this lever with your sword, and you're like pushing against it, but it doesn't appear to be cracking at all. Let's flash back to Venator and Grisham. You now have 2 unconscious bodies in this hallway, and it sounds like 2 more people might be coming through the front door.
I'm gonna look up and glance at Venator, and then I'm gonna try to quietly run to the door and get like to the side of it.
Okay. I'm gonna say you probably get to the side of the door successfully. Venator, what do you do?
Back. So you went back
Back
to
to
the door.
front door.
Yeah, I immediately followed his lead.
Okay. 2 guards enter through the door. You still have like your successful sneak, so you are still stealth. They notice that there are 2 bodies left on the ground, both of people who are unconscious, and begin to quickly walk in that direction.
I flash a glance over at Grisham and then prepare to just do the same to them as we did to the previous.
I'm gonna my guy. I'm gonna on the side. I'm gonna kick the dude in the knee, like right in the kneecap, and then I'm gonna use my other hand and like hit the back of his head and try to like basically like slam him forward so he hits face first right on the ground.
Damn! That's some fucked up shit. Alright. Go ahead and make your attacks then.
Like 0 respect.
Fucking
double
crit
crit.
2 times!
What?
Man.
Grisham crit too.
Wow.
Alright, so you
I
get
go
to
up
you
and
get to tell me exactly what happened right now.
I go up like, I look at Grisham and I just walk up and just like with with a very swiftness, just go right behind him real quick, just like pop him in the back of the head, and then like grab him simultaneously and like drop him to the floor. And then as I'm doing that, as I'm like guiding him to the floor, I just look up and see Grisham.
Basically what I said. I kick him right in the knee and grab the back of his head and just slam his face to the ground.
So as I'm like guiding to this guy to the ground, I just see this other body just like slam face first on the ground, and I look up at Grisham and I just like rest my body down and get up.
I imagine you're like you're like clean or messy, and you like lift up the unconscious dude that Grisham just slammed on the ground, and he's like got blood all down his face and shit. They're successfully unconscious too. You fucked those guys up. Like, I imagine like Grisham slamming this dude down, he bounces back up like a goddamn basketball. Fuck. That is wrong. Jesus. Yeah, let's go back to Shadow and Cantharion and Vincent. How are you guys doing?
We're gonna fuck some bars up.
So at this point, months have passed and we're through the bars, so we're good.
I have a tinder box. I don't think that'll really help.
So is the floor? Is it just like an earth? Like, so what's the composition of the rest of the room?
Stone.
So like slipping and sliding on ice in there, right? It's just like an ice floor, ice ceiling.
It's just, well, the only ice is, I mean, it's cold. The floor and the walls are all stone, but the only ice is the columns that come out of like the aqueduct, like little hole area.
Yeah, I'll just try to like. I don't know. There's no other way I can help. Just like try to.
What about outside? Up and around? I don't know. I have no clue.
I mean, if it's all stonework, I have no way to get through stone any easier. Like, it might as well be stone, these ice columns, because I have no way to get through any of them. I guess I'll join, so like Momo tried to like hit the bars from his side. Maybe like our opposing brute forces can try to like do something to the pillar.
So you're gonna try and like man mode the pillar with this 20-foot tall bear?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead
Like, I
and
didn't
make
see Plague Day. Let's do this.
Go ahead and make a strength check on that door then. We'll see if we can get 4 crits in a row. $16.
Better. It's better.
It's better. So this time, like you grab onto the door and you're like pulling like the bars back. Momo runs in and slams against it, and you can feel like a crack in the bar as you do that. You appear to have made some way into the structure.
I don't think Ifrit can help either. Like, we had all 3 of you guys, like...
Hey, the Hellhound can control and manipulate fire at like a constant aura around him, right?
It's up to Rob. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Are you asking me or are you asking Vincent?
Well, first I'm asking Vincent, and now Vincent's asking you.
I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to remember.
It has an AoE fire attack, yes.
Well, it does like increase the heat in the room itself too when it just enters.
Which would be nice.
Is there enough room for him to cast it inside one of those cells?
Without killing its occupants?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we can get the job done from outside the cells. Is there enough room outside the cells for him to be summoned?
Yeah, I would say like if you summon it, it takes up like the entirety of the hallway, but you can probably put him in there if you want.
What if we summoned him inside the cage with them?
Wouldn't that like kill them? Isn't he too
Probably,
big
yeah.
for that?
Yeah, I would
Like
assume.
sit on them.
But yeah, we can just summon him, and then the bear, Therion, and it can all bust something, I would hope.
It's as good a plan as any.
Let's do it.
And I'm just saying, I'm
Yeah,
gonna keep
stand back,
me and
stay out
Omar
of the way.
working at the one column together too.
All right. Vincent, go ahead and make an animal handling check for me, please. $20. All right, so you summon the beast. Like, you hold your hand up and you clench your fist down, and the power surges through your hand, and you summon the giant beast in the middle of the hallway. What do you have it do?
Let's try to bite one of the bars.
Okay.
Just to tear through it, like if it can do it or not.
Which side? For Momo or for Anna and Jacob?
We'll do Anna and Jacob, the one that I've been working on, so it's a little weaker.
Okay. It is going to go ahead and bite those bars. I rolled a 19. It's able to like latch its teeth down on the bar and rip the bar out from the wall. So now it has like this like pike of ice inside its mouth. It's created a gap so much that that Anna and Jacob can probably get out of that cell.
Yay! There's one check. Yeah, and then I don't want to breathe fire on anything because the fire didn't really do too much. But just help Cantharion at this point.
Are you gonna try with Momo's as well?
Yeah, like I think all three of them and like together can try to maybe bust it down.
Okay. All right, Cantharion, go ahead and roll a strength check for me, please. You got a 12. Oh man, we rolled shit. You know what? I'm gonna say fuck it. It seems like cinematically cooler just to have it like fucking like. So now you've escaped. The bear charges against the wall just as this other creature is like ripping against it with its mouth, and you're like pulling on it with your hands, and you're able to like shatter like numerous bars, and this 20-foot bear comes barreling out into the hallway. So now you have the bear, Momo, Anna, and Jacob, the Heart of Tyr, together inside that little dungeon prison. Back to Grisham and Venator. No more guards are there. And you find that all that is standing between you is the door to the throne room.
I'm gonna tie the guards up that we've knocked out
Okay.
and put gags on them with rope. I mean, they'd still be able to make a bit of noise, but so I'll just cut lengths off of that rope I have, tie them up real quick.
Cantharion, Cantharion, Shadow, and Vincent, what do you do all after you've escaped?
Yeah, that was something we did not work out with each other. Is once we've like accomplished what we're going to accomplish,
Yeah,
where do
we'll
we meet?
We'll meet by the gates. I thought is what we know. Did we not say that?
Yeah, we didn't
I guess if we
say
worked
it.
our way there, you'd eventually meet them, right? So.
Because
I have an idea for
inevitably
that,
we need
so
to get out.
In character, I can present that when the time comes.
Are you gonna keep a frit out?
No, we'll put it away. That's too obvious. Yeah.
Okay.
That's too much walking through a town.
Put it
like that.
away.
You tie up the guards in the hallway, and are still just left at the door to the throne room.
I look to Venator, kind of raise my eyebrows, and nod towards the door, and I start walking quietly. Should I re-roll for stealth, or do you want to wait?
You can if you want. Yeah. I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
What if I don't want to reroll for stealth?
You don't have to.
Well, I just thought to kind of refresh it to
Yeah,
go
I know
to the next room. That's all I was saying. I mean, I like my old rolls too.
Right?
Not that bad.
Nice. Damn, you get a plus 10?
Plus 7. Wait, what is it? It's plus. Oh yeah, it is plus 10. Sorry, I was
Sorry,
looking
too
at
much
perception.
gin there. All right. What do you do?
I have expertise.
All right. So you are definitely re-stealthed. Venator?
I look at Grisham and I begin following him.
So
All right, I'm gonna listen at the door. First thing I'm gonna do is put my ear to the door.
you hear nothing on the other side of the door. Actually,
Does
you hear soft weeping on the other side of the door.
soft weeping? Okay, interesting. Whisper. I think I hear somebody crying.
He misses his family. He's in there going, my wife.
Did the door swing open? Like out or in?
Out from where you are, in from where the room would be.
Oh, we have to pull them open.
No, you push them.
That's-
you just,
and that's
you just
not-
hurt my brain.
Then that's not out from where we are. That's in from where
Yeah,
we are.
Oh, that would be out from where you are.
we pushed them in then. Okay.
It would be semantics. I don't know.
It's not semantics.
You're pushing
It's
them.
just they've
To
done
get,
two
you
different
like
things.
push them
Yeah,
to get into the
it's
room.
definitely one way or the other. Okay, I'm going to I'll just shrug and try to quietly, gently crack the door open like I did on the gate one.
You, as you slowly push that door open, you see that there is nothing inside the throne room besides that one dragonborn sitting on the throne.
And he's crying.
Yes.
he's such a tough guy. I assume I just cracked it open enough to like see through with my eyeball, right?
It's up to you.
Shoved it. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. It's just
Okay, well that's what
crack
you
it
see.
open. All right, I'm gonna. There's only the dragonborn inside, and he's just sitting on the throne, and I think he's crying. What do you want to do? He's gonna see us if we come in, probably. So.
Whatever we do, I say we make it clean.
Alright. I'm gonna quietly try to push the door open enough to allow myself to get through it.
You push the door open loud enough that you can get through. And he looks up
Wide enough.
and sees you. He says, "There's still nothing you can do to stop it."
Come for that map, not for you. Does that show the location?
I will not give up
It's
this
useless
map.
to lie.
I will not give up this map without a fight.
We have no intention of hurting you or your people. Regardless of that altercation earlier, it was not our intent. You brought us here. We didn't even wish to come here in the first place.
I told you before I cannot let you have it. And I cannot let you end what I've begun. What I plan to have happen. I cannot let it end.
I don't think he's going to make this. He's not going to let us be bloodless with this, Venator. What do you want to do?
Where are we at?
That's why I
Sorry,
asked where
Bob.
you guys are gonna go.
Could always try and take it and run.
No, like he has the map on him at this point, right?
No, it's sitting at that table. It's sitting on that table next to him, next to the throne.
He's not going to let us have it without a fight, though, is what he said. So, I mean, yeah, we can try to grab it and run. I'm fine with that, but
Nothing that you can do can stop it. He looks... Venator, have you walked into the room?
I guess at this point, since he knows I'm here, I do.
Well, I
He
was kinda like that,
he
Greg.
looks to
That's what I was talking
Venator
about.
and says, "You can't stop any of it. The frozen north is done. The deserts will be forgotten, and the plains of Oberon will go up in flame."
What do you know that you're not telling us?
I have seen things. I have seen what will happen to this world, and I thought it was a lie. I only wish for it to end. I just wish to join my wife and daughter again.
Do what you want, but we're going to try and stop this.
There is nothing that you can do.
Not with that attitude.
I'm gonna slowly approach, and I'm gonna try to gauge his like, what is he gonna do? As I just like walk towards him.
He doesn't
Walk towards
respond.
the map.
He continues to sit there and watch you.
All right, I'm gonna walk up to the map, and I'm gonna snatch it.
You grab the map, and as you grab the map, he reaches out and grabs your arm. And he says, "There's nothing that you can do. You cannot
I'll
stop
be the
it."
judge of that.
Venator, do you do anything?
Does he grab him in a threatening manner or in a pleading manner?
In a pleading manner.
Or an inappropriate manner.
I'm gonna
No.
glance at the map, Rob. Like, is it like rolled up, or what is it laying flat? Can I see
It's rolled
not
up,
that-
but you can unroll it. When
I'm
you
gonna kind of shake it so it like falls open so I can see it.
when you shake it open, you see what appears to be like a section that looks like it probably would be Moral Themor. And then to the northeast, there is like a mountain range. And in the center of this mountain range, it has the writing, "Where it all began."
Okay. As best I can, I'm gonna kind of try to commit that spot to memory. So if I was able to see another map, I'd be able to mark it again. Obviously, I'm just, gonna look at it for like a couple seconds though. I'm gonna try to pull my arm away from his grasp.
You pull your arm away pretty easily.
And I'm not gonna turn away from him, but I'm gonna back up slowly. And if he doesn't come at me, I'm just gonna tell him. I said, if you want to join your wife and your daughter so badly, that's always a choice. You don't have to take others with you. We've already defeated these creatures twice. We can do it again.
He looks at you as you're backing away and smiles as he bows his head and says, "You have no idea. It has only just begun." Do you leave him? Do you leave the room with him on the throne?
Yeah, I don't think I have any reason. He's not being threatening. I have no reason. Got what I wanted. I'm just gonna keep backing away while watching him.
Venator?
I wait for Grisham to leave, and then I also back out, closing the door behind us. You know, like Godfather style.
As you leave and close the door, you hear that weeping from behind the door again. Almost as if he was hoping that you would take him out. You know, that you would take him away from the world that he is trapped in. We're gonna go ahead and stop it there.
One thing, are the bodies conscious or unconscious?
Unconscious.
As we leave, I go to cut the bindings off of them.
You cut the bindings off of what?
Off of the guards.
Oh,
Like, as
off
we-
of the guards? Like showing mercy to them?
Sure.
After you literally fucked that one dude up. Jesus. So you cut the bindings off of the guards. We're gonna go ahead and stop it there. But before we end, I want to go ahead and flash out to another thing.
Something we left behind.
Something you've left behind.
Sweet.
The scene is the deserts of Oberon. The golden sands which are now caked with the red blood of the Mesomercatus soldiers. Along with, I imagine, what kind of blood does the weird lizard folk have? Like green?
I don't know.
I imagine it'd be green. I thought that'd be fucking cool. Along with like this, the other blood of the onslaught that's going on down there. Callista, the Wrath of Tyr, is seen destroying the oncoming enemy. And as their numbers continue to grow and grow, exiting from the tunnels that they have created within the mountains of the desert, there is an eruption, and what can only be described as an enormous three-headed viper comes out from the desert, and the people of Mesomercatus pray because they believe that their gods have answered their prayers to end the war. Meanwhile, in the west of Oberon, a small child is playing outside of a house, waiting for his father to come home from the war. And as he looks up, he sees horses riding over the hill. And as those horses rise over the hill, a smile comes upon his face. And he runs towards them to see his father finally come home. But little does he know, as the banners are raised, they are the banners of Maricor. We're going to end it there. With a little taste of what might be happening in all of the other parts of the world that you guys aren't in, because you guys chose not to be there. Good session tonight, guys. It was a lot of fun. Super fucking cool. Went really fucking long, but super a lot of fun. Let's go ahead and do bonds. Let's do bonds. Let's see what all happened there. Who had a bond resolved today?
Let's see. What are my bonds? Bones.
So, help me out with this one, because I had one where it was I want to include Venator, but I don't understand him, and I feel like throughout today I got a better obviously I still don't know what like Venator's purpose is, but I feel like Cantharion kind of understands where he's coming from a little bit more, because he kept using that phrase like we're seeking answers, like we're just out here trying to find answers. So it's more like Cantharion sees Venator as someone who's kind of lost and just looking for himself. Like that's the only reason he's traveling right now. That's how Cantharion sees it. Like that's his perception of it.
Mm-hmm.
So like, would that equate to like? Because that's at this point I understand him in that I think his only purpose is to find himself right now.
I would say that, yeah, that probably works. I'd go ahead and do that. So I would change your bond with Venator to that. And then give yourself, what are we doing, like 150 experience every time you resolve the bond? We'll go with 150, I think that's what it was. Anybody else resolve a bond today? Did anybody else create a new bond today?
I guess before with Vincent, well, I don't know. It's kind of like before, you know, I thought it was like a magic user and I questioned his intelligence. Now I question his motives and like would I take to be kind of like a power hunger, like a power struggle.
I would say it's probably more of an evolution
Yeah.
of a bond there. I don't think you resolved it, but I think you more like strengthened it. Anybody else got any other ones?
My bond with Venator changed slightly. My old bond with Venator was that I didn't have any respect for him, and I'm gonna change it to be I respect his skills because I've seen his skills in action, and I respect what he can do.
You guys make a good stealth team.
I'm actually going to say that I think that's a bond resolution. Like that's an evolution
well, there's
of a
more to it.
relationship.
I still don't respect him. I don't respect the way he does things. I feel like he's selfish and has no. He doesn't have anything that he is working towards. Like me. Like I'm in it for the money, so I have a reason to be here, whereas he seems to not have a reason that he's passionate about, that I can tell. And so I still don't have any respect for him in that regard.
Okay.
But I do have respect for his talents, because I've seen his skills now, you know, skills that I identify with, besides just swinging a weapon. And so I appreciate him for that, but I still don't like him.
Okay. Yeah. I can
See
give
his
you that.
usefulness.
Yeah. Yeah. Anybody else got any other bonds that they need to do? All right. Well, in that case, we'll go ahead and go on to experience. I had a shitload of fun today. I thought today was really cool, a little bit unorthodox at times, but had some really cool role playing. Got off to a little bit of a shaky start, but I think that all in all, we had a really good time. I'm gonna go ahead and give 950 experience to each player. And then Cantharion gets the additional 150 for having resolved the bond.
I leveled up, man. Sweet.
Hey, there you go. And yeah. So without further ado, we're gonna go ahead and shut it down. We're gonna go ahead and do our closing statements. As always, my name is Captain Rob, also known as Robert Steinberg. I am an aspiring voice actor and film actor out here living in Los Angeles, California. I actually have an audition tomorrow, which is half the reason why we have to get off this stream. But we stream every Tuesday, and I'm trying to get streams going on Saturday because I really want to do a Saturday morning stream where I'm drinking coffee instead of drinking gin. But I wanted to thank everybody for coming out. To the right of me is my good buddy Chris. Chris, where can everybody find you?
Right here every Tuesday. Just shout outs to Rob for another great session. That was a lot of fun. Glad to be back in the rhythm of it. I'm at Cantharion on the stuff. I tweet a little bit, but mostly just retweet these guys because they're awesome. And yeah, shout out everyone. This was fun.
Skagets, thanks so much for giving us a follow too, by the way, man. We appreciate that. So that way when you follow us and CPP Jive Turkey, whenever you give us that follow, you're going to get the email for when we go live. We also tweet and all that shit. I'll go after that whenever we get to the end. Underneath Chris, we have my good buddy Landon, one of my best friends in the whole world. Landon, where can everybody find you?
On my Twitch has all the information you would ever want to know about my life. But a lot of it's on Twitter. So if you want to follow me on Twitter or something like that, you'll find that there as well.
And underneath Landon, we have Jillian. Jillian, where can everybody find you?
I'm doing art on Patreon. I'll put the link down in the chat for everyone to check out.
And to the left of Jillian, we have Kevin. Kevin, where can everybody find you?
You can find me here. You can find me lurking in Jillian Ivy's Twitch streams when she does her art streams once in a while. And I'm also on, I have a DeviantArt page where you can see some of my artwork too if you're into that sort of thing.
Very sweet.
I don't really do the social media much, so.
And last but most certainly not least, we have my best buddy in the world, Joe, who is directly beneath me. Joe, where can everybody find you?
Much like Chris, here every Tuesday, as well as I'm somewhat of a Magic the Gathering streamer. You can find me at Joe Covered Mountain on Twitch. Holidays kind of came and I went into hibernation, so I may or may not be doing that. You can also find me on Twitter at Joe Covered MTN. So yeah.
Very nice. Guys, I really hope you all had fun tonight. I really hope everybody who's currently watching and everybody who did tune in. Want to thank everybody who followed and anybody who had any part in hanging out with us tonight. If you missed any previous episodes, you can always check them out at my YouTube channel, which is below the stream. You can also follow me on Twitter, which is also below the stream. I tweet out every time that we go live, and you can catch all the episodes starting from episode 3 and going onward all the way until episode 13 so far. With that being said, I want to thank you all for coming out. I want to thank everybody for being here. It's fantastic, and we truly appreciate it. And we hope you guys had as much fun watching as we hopefully had as much fun playing. I guess we'll see y'all next Tuesday. Happy hunting, guys.